striking and there's no, nobody is struck down, seemingly whatever it is they were told not to
impunity.
do. So that impunity sets in. So basically that's what we've had. So the court order, or rather the court judgment, talking about autonomy for the local government councils. Now this is what it's supposed to be. But the states, there was some agreements held, and I think October thereabouts, October 15, I think is the deadline for all states kind of to make sure they have in place something that is a legally constituted local government council in their various states.
All right. Well, it's important that you send us updates from your part of River State. What's happening at your end? You can send those messages to our WhatsApp number 080-903-06416. 080-903-06416. You can send it as a WhatsApp message, as a text message, or to Facebook or Twitter at Nigeriainfo. We are taking text-based feedback. Now, let me ask a general question that has to do with not just local government elections, but elections generally. Just like drinking and driving, you must be up to 18 to vote in an election in Nigeria. Do you think that's too... I have thoughts, and this is personal opinion. 18 is too late because there is a form of consciousness that a person has at 17, at 16. I don't think you belong to vote a leader at any level. So do you think 18 is the right age, or if we come up a bit, we still might be in order? Can a 16-year-old not decide who they want as their governor or president or even local government chairman?
There have been debates concerning this, just like you've mentioned, if perhaps we should up the voting age, or it depends how you look at it, reduce the voting age and all that. I'm here, personally, my own opinion is that 18 is not bad. You're saying if people younger than 18 perhaps will have the consciousness or perhaps, have the knowledge to know what's good and what's bad to be able to leadership. Now, that's preparation you get from school. Yes, you're supposed to be trained, not just from school, from society and also from family, to know what's good, to know what's bad. But I am thinking 18 is not a bad age. It's legal age. The person is able to drive. The person is now officially able to take responsibility. Yeah. That's the age of responsibility. 18. You're able to get a driver's license. You supposedly are not officially regarded as a minor. You supposedly can now take decisions on your own. So if you leave it for being too young, I am not saying that, or rather, basically, maybe what I'm saying is that take a look at the younger generation now. At the age of 16, back in the days of our forefathers, some people already had, wives, or were already looking to, get a wife.
The level of responsibility was higher.
Yeah. But these days, your children cannot even, sometimes some people are not able to send their kids out to even go and buy something down the road. People will have to do it for them. The kids are not as conscious as people used to be then. Back in the day, you could leave your family at 9, 10, 11, 12, and maybe, go under the guidance of an uncle or guidance of someone else, migrate, move somewhere else, receive some training and come back. But these days, that hardly happens. I know we have intelligent kids, but Sam, like I said, speaking personally, I'm thinking the age of 18 is good enough. At least we should have people who have completed at least some level of, formal education, which should be secondary school, and should now, based on what they have learned and what they have observed, should now can be trusted responsibility of taking a decision on their own. So I think the age of 18 is not a bad one for voting.
If INEC were to hear your statement, they would even increase it to 21 because, 18-year-old kids are not exactly ready in this day and age. Most of them.
At 18, you should have completed secondary school, expectedly.
Yes.
So I'm thinking if you have completed that level of education, I mentioned government as a study while I was talking earlier on. Now, these are the things. You do government, you do civics, I think even at the lower age, you do biology. So you see, supposedly you have been handed a foundation. I used to tell people that even if I did not go beyond secondary school, I would still be better off than most people we have in society now, because at least the quality and maybe level of education we received back then was indeed something, and you could build on. what most people do not know is that education does not teach you everything that will happen in life.
Sure.
It gives you a foundation on which you can now build and act on. So I'm believing if you have completed that level of education, you should have been given the foundation on which you can build on. So perhaps you're ready to take on responsibility and also ready to take decisions.
All right, we have some messages already. This one says, update, I'm still marrying my bed. Good morning, guys. Question to your updates. Do you regularly marry your bed on Saturday mornings like this? Or is this unique to this Saturday morning? Thank you very much for sending that. Good morning, Nigeriainfo. Happy weekend. In my area, in Ajip Estate, the area is dry. Ajip Road to Eagle Island Road is very dry. From corner to corner, I've walked to see the polling units. There's no INEC personnel or anybody from street to street. It's just dry. People are inside their homes. I'm skeptical if the elections will hold here. That's from Honorable Solomon Salmon from Ajip Estate right here in Port Harcourt. Thank you very much, Honorable Solomon. And still on WhatsApp, remember you can send your messages to 080-903-06416. You are our eyes and ears from your locality. Good morning. Greetings to you. In Nkpolu, there's no movement for now. Everywhere is calm, waiting to see when materials will be available. Okay, that sounds like a plan. So far, so good. What we've gotten from people, Carl, is that everywhere is calm.
Well, that's the thing, though. Calm. When we say calm, just like the message you got where, of course, we have the person who says he's marrying his bed. Now, the calmness we have, although we are going to hopefully maybe get through to one of our correspondents, there are talks about protest somewhere in Port Harcourt.
Okay.
We'll hear about that. But when you say calm, is it calm because I don't intend going anywhere? This is a public holiday where I'm going to just be sleeping and relaxing and maybe watching movies. And if possible, when the European football starts later on, I'll watch football. Is that the kind of calmness? Or is it one of uncertainty? We know, of course, there's been lots of drama, surrounding the local government polls here in Rivers State. So I'm thinking this might also influence and color, people's decision to partake or come out. That definitely cannot, we cannot not say that. It must be said. For every election, be it state, federal, we always ask, first of all, what's the level via which people are looking at and what people, people want to come out. That we always do. But for this one now, we know there's been plenty of events and drama leading to this one. And so that's why we'll be interested to know what's the people turnout like and how interested are people in coming out, for the elections.
We'll get to hear about any protest, but I have a personal protest. No matter what happens, Akara sellers, please make yourself available. You offer an essential service.
Oh.
It's very important. Very important. We'll be right back. Please stay with us. end?
In January, at Port Harcourt Polo Club, to be precise, there are scores of party supporters here who are saying no to the election and registering their displeasure too over what they call disobedience to court judgment and what they also described as anarchy in the state. So they are protesting heavily, drumming, and in their numbers. At the INEC office too, at the Aba Road, we also see heavy police presence stationed in their vans and in their numbers too.
All right.
That is the situation here thus far.
Protesting in numbers, do you have an estimation of how many people?
It's actually in their numbers, scores of them. I do not want to exaggerate, but then they're in their hundreds.
Hundreds? Okay. Do they have placards?
Come again?
Do they have placards?
They are not with a placard now, but they are drumming and, of course, barricading the front of the Port Harcourt Polo Club. They've not gained access yet, but the whole of the road from Jare Junction stretching to the end of the Port Harcourt Polo Club is blocked. The other street is also taking the street directly opposite Port Harcourt Polo Club is also blocked. Cars, humans, just in their number.
Now, I want to ask, Sam, is there a strategic importance for the Port Harcourt Polo Club, or is just, like you said, those junctions, that's the important thing, and it's just per chance they're in front of the Port Harcourt Polo Club?
I was also trying to get from the protesters what their interest is exactly at the Port Harcourt Polo Club. If they are saying no to election, that should be in their polling units and all. But they are also saying that going to the polling unit would mean that there is also an election. So for them, there is even no polling unit as a result of the election not holding. So they are in the state. Jerry had trying to register their displeasure here. I can't really tell why they picketed the Port Harcourt Polo Club, but this is the situation right now.
Okay, so have they been confrontational? I hope there's been no violence. They're just registering their displeasure.
That's why everywhere is peaceful. You just have the men and women moving their numbers. I also understand that a few police officers are here at the Port Harcourt Polo Club. I don't know what it is, but then there is no situation that is warranting an alarm.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Wala. Thank you. We'll hopefully get back to you for more updates.
Thank you.
All right.
Quite interestingly, he says they are there because I wanted to know of what strategic importance is that location for a protest. So he points out now they say no to the election. They are definitely amongst those who have said the election should not hold. And they say going to perhaps a polling unit would kind of legitimize that polling unit. So hopefully maybe we're also going to hear from some of our other correspondents what it looks like. Do we have polling units actively in session? What's happening? What's the turnout like? Materials and all that. Hopefully we're also going to hear and still find out as we move along.
Yes, indeed. We already have more messages on WhatsApp. Good morning. I'm in my polling unit. Eligible voter detail has been displayed, but nobody is here. It's Ward 7B, Naval Barracks, Rumeme in Obia local government area. That's Lloyd from Ajib.
Okay, so he says at the polling unit, there's some display, he says, for, of course, eligibility, but no one or nothing is happening at the moment.
And this is 8:33. Okay. Good morning. My name is DLK. I have nothing to do with election. Those that will be chairman and councillor, their names are already in government house, so today I have to sleep and rest. And there you go, the apathy.
Well, yes, Nigerians have never really trusted the process. Going back from after 1992, Nigerians believe that seemingly what will be, whether we say or we don't say.
Yeah.
Now, we know how much time we spent campaigning last time out, for people to be part of the process for the major elections. Yes, this institution, even that's the national body, Independent National Electoral Commission. Okay, seems we have one of our correspondents, Kalada.
Hello, Kalada. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
How you doing?
Hello?
Hello, I can hear you. Good morning. Okay. We'll have to blame the network for that one. We'll try to reconnect with Kalada so he tells us what's happening at his end. Please continue to send your messages. 080-903-06416. 080-903-06416. You can send it as an SMS or a WhatsApp message.
Yeah. Like I was saying initially, we spend so much time ensuring that or trying to get people to be part of the process, so that people understand that it's for you. The government, that definition, textbook definition of democracy we're giving?
For the people, by the people.
Yes, government of the people, for the people, and by the people. So you are supposed to take charge and decide. We wanted a shift. Everyone wanted a shift from what has been the status quo, what has always been. Let you know that those who are in public office are actually public servants.
Indeed.
They work for the people and not the other way around. The people do not work for those in office. That's, I'm just rehashing everything we said in the run-up to the last elections. So that means when a public servant is no longer serving in the capacity in which he was elected, or is failing, does not performing like he was expected to, we can also remove you. So that's what democracy, and that's what everything was all about. So the Nigerians after 1992 kind of like lost hope, in the democratic process. So that push was there for the last elections, and seemingly most people, they were not happy with the outcome of how things went at the last election. So I've been waiting to see how elections will go after that. This for Rivers State is the first case of an election after the last general election. This is the first case, and like you've read some messages, the person who is marrying his bed, I know he doesn't speak for everyone. Someone who is saying, he believes whether he comes out or not, something's already decided. Seemingly, we are drifting back to that.
Yeah.
I would say,
unfortunately,
the last general polls was one of the highest turnouts we have witnessed in recent times.
True.
The apathy was less. We didn't see people playing football like you normally would have seen on election days leading and before that one there. So the unfortunate thing, like I say, it seems we have yet or are now slipping back to that particular kind of a thing.
Well, Carl, while I completely agree with everything you've said, I like to liken the relationship of the average Nigerian and his politics to a lady who's been through a few relationships and she's had her heart broken. You dated Femi shattered your heart. You healed and gave time. You dated Obi destroyed your heart. You now dated Yakubu, he finished it. Now you say, I have been through Wazobia, Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba. I've dated through the entire Nigeria. I know they do again. Now you are the guy who's telling her, you need to believe in love. And just how you don't know what I've been through. So for someone who is reacting like that lady, what message of hope can you give her this time? Will you tell her to try a Calabari man? Maybe, just maybe.
Sam, you're a motivational speaker. You know that even though, despite the fact that the person has been through those heartbreaks, and rightly so, should now be wary and should be afraid. But eventually, you will still have to settle. Eventually, you will still need to, because in a way, should I say, maybe that's the order of life. So we may not be happy with the way things have gone in this country, previously. But see, we should still try to make the system work. We should still try to make the system work. So I know this may have happened in the past, but if you don't succeed, try again.
Okay, that's Aliyah, by the way. That's not Carl. That's Aliyah. We have Andrew on the phone. Hello, good morning, Andrew. Hello, Andrew.
Good morning, Sam.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Not very clear, but I can hear you.
Okay, we're going to try to make it clearer. What's the situation at your end?
At the moment, I left the Polo Club area. I was in the Polo Club area. We saw lots of people, plenty of buses. But the situation was a bit doesn't look too safe for comfort. Although the few individuals who tried to speak with to find out what exactly that crowd was doing there and did not say anything. For some of them, the response was not very friendly. So we basically had to just pull ourselves out of the crowd and leave the area. But reports I got from the individual in charge of monitoring the voting process in Ethiopia is that materials have been given out. We have all SPs now ensuring that they prep for voting. We also at the RESEC office, and at the RESEC office there was heavy security, heavy presence of security personnel. In fact, it felt like a joint because we had members of the police force, the NSCDC as well, present at the some trucks loaded, and nobody was allowed to pass before or after. So yes, that's practically what it is now at the moment. Heading to another polling unit. As soon as we get there, we'll also let you know.
All right. Before I let you go, you said you spoke to an official, I believe you said, and they said the materials were sent at the time.
Said,
okay.
And the various polling units.
What time was that?
That was at around, I think, 8:30.
8:30.
Yes, around
okay.
8:30.
Okay.
Yes.
About 10 minutes ago. All right, Andrew, thank you very much. Hopefully we'll get more updates from you as events unfold.
All right, thank you very much.
All right. Well, Carl, I don't want to jinx it, but materials not getting to units on time seems like an election culture.
Yeah, that's a culture we have in this country. The day you ever have materials arrive at polling units on time, you know that the blessing, or rather the change, the turnaround has actually started. Usually customary. Seemingly, logistics has never been a strong point for Nigerians. But Sam, for yourself and myself, we usually have, if it's some stuff that involves us, we can have logistics sorted.
Yeah.
Why is it when it comes to the country, why is it when it comes to the system, that's something that's not just for the elections, when you even have events, or other departments, other ministries and all, logistics never seem to be something we're able to get right?
I'm not sure how to answer that, but I'm guessing you and I operate on a very small level. So for the government, it's bigger. Emeka, good morning.
Good morning, Sam.
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm fine, and you?
I'm wonderful. What's the situation at your end?
Okay, right now I'm at Nigeriainfo in Emokwa local government area. This happens to be the community where the former House of Representatives member representing the Emokwa federal constituency, Andrew Cheney, comes from. At this is Ward 4, Unit 10 in Boitawa. Election material has not arrived, but some electorates are here waiting for the arrival of materials and the reset as.
Okay, so when you say some electorates... Yes, sorry, go ahead, please.
Some of them, I talked to them, they said they are here to vote for the local government election.
Okay.
When you say some, what's the level? Emeka, when you say some, what's the, if you could perhaps gauge, does it look like a large turnout, waiting and expectant?
Yeah, the turnout, the ratio could be like 20 persons already, more than 20 persons are already here, waiting for the arrival of materials. Even at the time I wanted to take the photograph, they say no, I shouldn't take photograph because they're already here to vote. I say no, the situation shows that people have not started, so there is need for us to update the public that yes, this is the situation. That was when they now allowed me to take the photograph there.
Okay, security presence, any?
No security presence here. There is no security presence. Even while I was on my way coming to Mokwa, there is no security presence on the road at all. But there is a restriction of movement. People are on their own. I think they decided, or they thought maybe the security operatives may be on the road. So there is no movement on the road, but there is no presence of security operatives on the road.
Now, Emeka, in a part of Port Harcourt, we've gotten a report from one of our people about dissenting voices. So people who are protesting. Now, let me ask, you say you've seen some people who are ready to vote at this point in time, but of course waiting for materials. Is there any signs of dissenting voices also there? Or maybe people who do not agree, maybe are in their bed sleeping? Is there any obvious sign of dissenting voices?
No, there's nothing like that for now here. Maybe because the rep member who is also in support of this election is from this community. So maybe perhaps why the whole situation is calm here. But I'm going to move to other area in Emokwa, especially where the former chief of staff, Emeka Woke, comes from. I'm going to Isiodu to see the situation there. Maybe that place might be different from what I'm observing here.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Emeka. Of course, we'll get more updates from you as events unfold. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. Yes.
20 voters at a polling unit. That's not bad.
Yeah, at least they're expectant, and maybe if materials do arrive, then maybe they are going to perhaps now alert every other person and let them know that maybe materials have arrived. But just like you mentioned from all the other communication, materials yet to arrive, and this seemingly is the issue. We never get logistics sorted out when it comes to elections, so that's always a problem.
Back to WhatsApp. Remember, you can send your messages 080-903-06416. 080-903-06416. Good morning, Sam. Nothing is happening at Rumekini. No Risiek presence at Rumekini. Round face from Rumekini says, and he sent this message at 8:24. When it comes to election in River State, it's always drama upon drama, fight here and there. Why is it like that? Its consequences pour on the citizens, the residents, and the people of River State. I agree. What's that popular saying, Carl? When two elephants are fighting,
the grass suffers.
Yes, the grass. Yes, indeed. Sam, Rumu Ibekwe is very calm and dry. No signs of election here. That's from Dr. Precious. Good morning, Mr. Sam and Carl. At my end, as our local government area, to be precise, Buguma City, Ward 9, it's calm. We're looking forward to seeing Risiek officials and the electoral materials in Ward 9, Buguma City. Wanete Clinton West says. Okay, keep those messages coming. Good morning and happy election day. That's a good one. Happy election day to you too. I'm at Ward 14 in Obiakpo local government area, Civic Center precisely. We're waiting for arrival of materials so we can vote. The turn-up is massive. As the governor said, okay, elections will hold, no police presence, but NSCDC officials are here to maintain law and order. Nazio, the comedian from Meneka. I think that's something we need to talk about. The absence of police, but the presence of civil defense officials. But let's speak to Martha. Good morning, Martha. We've lost that call. We'll have to try to reconnect with her. So, security presence. Many people just assume it's the police, right? But NSCDC, that kind of qualifies as security presence as well.
Yeah, of course. The Nigerian Civil Defense Corps have always also served as some form of security. We see them at some various occasions and events. And the importance of that is that we, of course, had press statements leading up to these elections that the police have said they were not going to be part. The Nigerian Police Force had said they're not going to be part of the elections. Of course, the debates had been on, okay, being part or not part of the elections, would you still go on with your constitutional responsibility of maintaining law and order where there is need? Now, that's been one question. The NSCDC presence actually located there, is it at the polling unit for the election, or is it for, should I say, maybe perhaps at a distance to also still maintain law and order in case there's any possible breakdown of law and order? Now, that's also something that will be established. Like someone pointed out, the drama has been plenty leading up to this, and also involved, the Nigerian security forces, most especially the DSS and the Nigerian police force, who were giving supposedly express orders from a court ruling that was obtained at a federal high court. So that's where the drama has been, and everyone is looking to see what happens. But I've always said, local government elections are supposed to be community affairs.
Yeah.
So in our community, we should know how we handle ourselves, shouldn't we?
I know if you understand what the local government is saddled with, that responsibility, you'd invest yourself more in this process. Naming of streets, markets, refuse dump, the things that directly affect you. Like you said earlier, many people might not feel the impact of the federal or state government directly. I remember the first time I saw former President Olusegun Obasanjo. I think that was the only time I saw him face to face. It was like we had seen a celebrity, because we were in school then, and he didn't necessarily visit, but something like passing through and all of that.
At least you saw him.
We saw him.
Did he do?
No, he did not. But it felt special. Now as an adult, you think about it, you're like, wow, that was our president.
Yeah.
Right. So see, and some people might never get to be in the same space as their president.
True. Their governors, But you see, your councillor
exactly
is somebody in the community. Is that local boy that was living at number 9? That boy that we saw that was running up and down that time, playing ball or rolling tire on the streets. That's what the councillor is. Or also, the local government chairman. What councillors or local government chairman? They're supposed to be people who know the locality and know our issues. And as a result of that, we should have no problems, Abi. Because they are one of us and they know what we feel and they know what our issues are.
All right, Sam, in my area, Woji, I'm currently drinking my 40-year-old whiskey and preparing to vote. I must vote today, and God will give my party victory. Right now from Woji. Right now, you should have voted before you drinking so that your eye is clear, just to avoid. So please, if you haven't gone too far, drop that 40-year-old whiskey. But if you have, well. Okay. This one says, good morning. I dare say we are very much... Okay, so I'm not going to take that comment. Thank you very much. And I need to state very clearly, we're taking text-based feedback. That means you can only send messages to WhatsApp, SMS, Facebook, and Twitter. We're not asking for what you think. We want to know what you see. So basically, not your opinion, but your experience. What's happening at your end?
Are you voting?
Yeah.
Are you out on the streets? Or are you one of those who's married to your bed or perhaps jogging or doing your routine Saturday activities? Is that what you're doing? So just let us know what's happening in your area and what's going on.
Exactly. So what's happening? Not your thoughts and opinion. You see, I think that the Rivers State, leave, don't think for now, right? Just give us experience, leave opinion. Let's see. We should have something on Facebook and Twitter, but I'll get to that shortly. Another issue I wanted to raise with you: the tenure of a local council chairman is determined by each state government. Okay, who has that question shortly? Hello?
Yes.
Good morning, Soibi.
Morning.
How you doing?
I'm cool.
Okay,
I'm cool.
I can tell you have a lot of energy. What's happening at your end?
Live.
Yeah, go ahead, Soibi. What's the situation?
Okay. Yeah, at the moment I'm at the distribution, the rack center for distribution of sensitive materials.
Okay.
And I can tell you for a fact that distribution of sensitive electrical materials have started going to the different works and units.
Okay.
As at the last count, they are at Ward 3. I saw some of the electoral materials. They are although they are sensitive materials going to the different wards. The voters and the people are peaceful. I'm still there waiting to see what will be the last people to leave here.
Okay. And this has been going on for how many minutes? How long ago?
About 30 minutes ago, I came here. I witnessed they have started distributing. They are going to the different wards, and I was told accreditation and voting will take place simultaneously.
Okay.
Now, Soibi, do you have people waiting at polling units? Although I know you say you're at the rack center, but did you pass polling units to see people waiting, looking forward to materials arriving? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
I said, do you have or did you see people? Do you have a sizable number of people waiting at polling units to partake?
At the moment, the people that are here are ad hoc workers, staff for research.
That's at the rack center.
The turnout of voters, so it be turnout of voters.
Polling units.
No. I have visited one or two places. The voters are waiting patiently for the electoral materials to arrive.
Okay.
But at the moment where I am is at the rack center where they are distributing the sensitive materials.
All right. How many voters did you see?
The people that are there are ad hoc staff.
Okay.
They are not voters.
All right. At the polling unit,
The voters are expected to be at their various units.
Yes, indeed. We completely understand that. At the polling unit, how many voters did you see?
No. It is given that until electoral materials arrive, you will not see as much as what. As at when I was going through some of the wards, I saw 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, just like that.
All right.
But immediately the electoral materials arrive, I believe that they will come out in their numbers.
Okay.
That is why I want to go to the various units to also monitor and see for myself the turnout.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Soibi. I'm sure we'll get back to you
Yeah, I
for.
also just spoke with the CTC chairman. He told me the security, whether police is participating or not,
Okay.
they have to make sure that there is peace.
Thank you, Soibi. Thank you very much. We have to take a break now. When we return, we'll take more updates. Please stay with us.
You are tuned in to
Nigeriainfo. We'll
Oh, and yes, Carl has not left. He's still right here. Hello, Carl.
Yeah, Sam, of course, still keeping up to date with what's happening all over Rivers concerning the elections.
All right, I have Kalada on the phone. Good morning, Kalada.
Good morning, Sam.
How you doing?
I'm doing great and alive.
You have to think about it. You're doing great. I'll ask again. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Okay, that's good. So what's happening at your end?
Okay, so a lot. I've just I'll start with a recap of what Andrew already said. We took office, we went there, we saw every security present, there was the NSCDC. But at the time we arrived, some bands of the NSCDC were leaving. Then we got to Polo Club. I think they told us that it was one. And then we saw massive crowds. They were waiting for the electoral materials to arrive. That was sometime around after 8.
Okay.
So we decided to leave there and then moved all the way to the Mile 1 area, Mile 1, Mile 3, Mile 2 area. We started with the Gambia, where we found was 16. They said they were waiting for materials to arrive. So by the time we left Ward 16, that very unit, I went to another unit in Ward 16 where we have the St. Thomas Church. We saw some people complaining, saying that the elections were over, that they were told the elections were over, and that reset, or the people who were on election duty had left and told them that everything was done and dusted. I think the person was the councillorship candidate for Labour Party in that ward. But we moved a little bit, another distance, because the way in Alga, the way it is that the wards are very close to each other. By the time we got to the next ward, they were celebrating and jubilating that they had voted.
Oh my. Okay, well, we'll have to next. You need problems. The election's already over at some years.
Quite strange. So from what we heard before we lost Kalada, now he's saying when they got to some certain polling units, they met people who say they came, and his report actually goes back to at least up to 20-30 minutes ago. People who say they came in, but they were told it was already over.
That doesn't make sense.
So when did it start and when did it end? But he was trying to point out before he got cut off by the network that also some people who went to vote, who also are candidates, of course you can vote for yourself and also vote, are also complaining that they did not get the opportunity to do so because they were told that the elections were already over. In the well, of course, we'll try to reconnect with him, but that's quite an interesting thing to hear, that the elections already done and dusted in some areas. And they say, so I'm just wondering, we talked about logistic issues. I know not everywhere will have logistic problems, but, that would have really been interesting to have known that, materials arrived in some certain areas that early. The people around those areas turned out and have already completed the process. That's indeed an interesting one. Well, I think we'll get more perhaps when we do reconnect with
very interesting.
Kalada and Andrew.
Lots of things will follow that. Now, the protest at the Port Harcourt Polo Club, we've had a few of our reporters confirm this. I'm sure we've received messages to that regard as well. How do you think this is going to impact the exercise? The fact that there is a group of persons who feel this should not happen thanks to a court order, and I'm certain another group on another end who believe we have to go through with it.
Of the opinion everyone is free to express their views, so long as it doesn't, should I say, in any way infringe on the rules, the rights and laws. I believe everyone can do so. You're asking how it will impact the ongoing process or the process.
Yeah.
Now, there are lots of technicalities involved in what's going on at the moment. Now, I am not a learned colleague, like our lawyer friends would say. So lots of things will still, I'm sure, be subject to interpretations, and we're still going to get plenty of, back and forth concerning all that is happening.
Yeah.
But it's good to know, perhaps those who are saying we no agree, no one is harassing them or perhaps maltreating them. Those who are going on with the process that the local government polls for today, so far we've not heard anyone has been harassed. We've not heard anyone, has been maltreated. We haven't heard if there has been any such anywhere. So I'm happy to hear that everybody's going about doing what they need to do. But we know eventually there's going to be some back and forth concerning the entirety of today.
Yeah.
One of our correspondents, just we talked about the possibility of it having ended in some places in Falga. Well, at least we did get a report from our person, Martha Okere, where she said voting and accreditation took place simultaneously in Unit 6, Ward 5, Okomoko, Unit 4, Ward 5, Okomoko, Umwayagu, Unit 8, Ward 6, Egui Opiro in Eche local government area. So her report says accreditation and voting took place simultaneously. So in these areas, at least our person on ground there says at least that was witnessed that it took place simultaneously.
On a lighter note, Carl, that's the most phonetic sounding community I've heard in my entire life.
Mwayagu. What's
the way you pronounce Okomoko? But where are we talking about? Okay, let's go back to WhatsApp. Now remember, you can send your messages 080-903-06416, 080-903-06416. You are our eyes and ears. Tell us what's happening at your end. Like I said, don't tell us what you think. Tell us what you see. We're not asking for opinions. We're asking for experience. Good morning, Mr. Simon Pointman Carl. Since my first vote in 2011 general election, when we also did the 2011 LGA elections, the week after the Guba poll, sensitive materials have traditionally arrived late at my polling unit, whether a general election or the 2018, 2021 LGA poll or the annual 2015 LGA elections. I always wait for them despite myself arriving late, even after 11 a.m. in some instances. So for now, I'm listening to you guys getting breakfast ready while waiting for my usual departure time. Well, you have to leave earlier. We're hearing that in some places, the process has
already been
finished. So please, don't wait for 11. But surely, except Noah's Ark kind of rain pummels Oyibo this morning, I am going to go and vote. I'm glad you have this attitude. But my only challenge is heavy flood at Mbano Camp Junction, just before my polling unit, Ward 9, polling unit 001. If Keke or Okada isn't moving, it means I must put my leg in the flood water since I don't have rain boots. Thank you very much, Tex, for sending that. And I'm glad, like I said, that you have plans to vote. This one says, we're massively waiting for voting materials here in Okuru Ama Town Hall. We see no reason to fight. The candidates will be voting today are our grassroots brothers and sisters. Opuaye Ikeni Sima from Okuru Ama community. And he sent this a few minutes past 9 a.m. Okay. 080-903-06416. We're live on Facebook and Twitter, I believe, at Nigeriainfo PH. You can watch as you listen and send your comments to those platforms. Something else that happens with local government elections. The state government determines the tenure, how long the local government chairman will stay in office. So that means it is different from state to state. Here in River State is 3 years, I believe.
It's 3 years.
Yes.
Okay, I was thinking it was uniform at a point.
I thought so too until I actually saw it. The tenure of local council officials is determined by each state government. The state government also has the power to determine when elections of the local government elections are conducted. So this, I mean, doesn't it seem like a uniformity would have been better?
I think this used to be what used to be the norm. I think this what used to be the norm previously, where the state held sway and determined all that happened. Like you hear RISEC speak, RISEC will say, we determined when the election was due to take place. One of the quarrels in this state had been that the elections were due earlier, but they didn't take place, and that's why we now had caretaker chairman installed, in the first place. So that was also one of the bone of contentions that we had to deal with. RISEC said they were not ready. They didn't have the wherewithal. But also when you look at it, who is RISEC? RISEC somewhat is the state government. Yeah. Now, of course, provisionally, they are supposed to have been, should I say, by law be provided for, so that seemingly they are not tied to the apron strings of the state government. Now, these are some of the things, of course, that are all being looked into and things that will eventually be cleared. Because we need to have things direct and definite so that no one is feeling obliged to somebody who perhaps is seated, on the governorship seat. Yeah. We all know that the process is what will bring us in. The process is what will take us out. The process and the people is who we answer to, or those we answer to, and to nobody else. That's when eventually it will happen. But let me quickly say this. It's not just going to happen overnight. We're already used to a situation where we have done things in a particular manner to wean people off all that. Now, it took us years to actually, should I say, wean ourselves off. In fact, we have not totally weaned off military rule. We are still somewhat used to force, draconian attitude.
There are still elements of it that we have retained.
Because when something had been the norm, when something it becomes culture kind of, and it has been a norm for a while, it will take time. So eventually we may get the local government, councils of our dreams. We will get there, but it's going to take time to eventually do so because of what we've been used to. The elections that also happened in Anambra State last weekend, local government elections, it was not without its own issues also. In fact, from what we hear, most of the parties there boycotted the elections because they were not, happy. So seemingly, we also still had state interference in what was happening.
Okay, so whether or not the state government determines the tenure of a local government chairman, the fact that they decide when the elections will hold, that creates a problem, like you've said. For example, with the presidency and governorship, we know that no matter what happens, it's a 4-year cycle, right? INEC might have challenges fixing the election date, but it's going to happen in this year. It's just maybe the week. Because I remember sometimes they push the election, it's this Saturday, it's next Saturday. But no matter what happens, after 4 years, we're going to go to the polls to try to either re-elect or change. But if the state says, I determine when the local government elections will happen.
Like I said, I don't want to say it's actually the state. It's the state electoral body
commission
that determines one. But of course, we know how things work ultimately. Funding and all that also still comes. Yeah. But RISEC has tried to impress it upon us that they've been independent and have actually determined, the process of what's happening and how it's supposed to have happened. So it's not officially the state that determines, but like we say, technically we know how things run.
Okay, so we're live on Facebook and we have comments here. Anthony Igwe says in Egbeda Ward 11, Emolga election is ongoing. Sonny Rowland says, I'm in Old Port Harcourt Township. Nothing is happening as of now. And this message came in about an hour ago.
Okay, I wonder what part he is in because, like we said, some parts of Falga, we hear, of course, stuff already happening and in fact have already happened.
Tane Romeo says, we're live at Kana Local Government, Rack Center, BMGS Bori. But maybe, just maybe. Comrade Stanley Ihenetu says, Ward 10 and 11 election results have already been declared. Emolga. Really? Okay. Elepranwa area of Ubiakbo is calm. Everybody is waiting for the arrival of voting materials and INEC officials. RISEC, actually. Justice Izu says. Okay. And Joclyn simply says, very good. Ibifa, Folga, peaceful, just preparing to vote. Ward 13, real estate, ready for election. Okay. Erudite, Great Erudite, Unit 6, Ward 11 in Egbeda, Emoha, local government area. Election is ongoing with massive turnout. Okay. My area, I'm ready too. Toby George says. Okay, we have lots of comments. Thank you for sending them. Please keep them coming in. Belema says here in Okrika, LGA sensitive materials have arrived. Going to different wards, just 5 minutes now. Okay. And Blessed Donna says, may God grant River State a peaceful election. Morogo Friday says, we're yet to see election materials here in Ward 9, Unit 6 in Emola, Eche. Umola, I beg your pardon, Eche local government area as people are waiting to vote. Lema Gabriel, Ward 3, Bodo City has started voting. And Victor Barikbe says, Bori has started voting. Okay. Freaky says, Freaky Olatunji, please let the election go free and fair. I'm watching from Lagos State. Okay. And someone just sent a message directly to my WhatsApp. Says, Buguma is a city. That's interesting. Thank you very much for that. How do you agree?
Yeah, it's of course they are all city, a town. I'll call it a town. Town cities. Don't mind me. My geography fails me now. Which is a town? Which is a city?
Okay, so 080-903-06416. 080-903-06416. You can and should send your messages to that number. Tell us what's happening at your end. Good morning, Sam and the Point Man. We thank God we've not heard any violence reports at Ozoba. We're yet to see the electoral materials and staff. Charles Anozie says, and Charles sent this message 3 minutes ago at 9:46. Okay. This one says, no election today in Abua Odua. Okay. My prayer is for local government elections in River State. Election prayer. And he actually sends a prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, with a few scriptures here. And ends it with, I pray for peaceful and credible elections, free and fair voting process, wise and God-fearing leaders. Okay, that's amazing. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah.
China, how you doing?
I'm very fine, Sam.
All right. Thanks for joining us. What's the situation at your end?
Man.
What's the situation at your end?
Okay, I'm deep inside Choba community. When I drove out, I passed a few polling units. One was at the UPE school.
Okay.
I saw the voters register stayed there, but not a soul there. I passed yet another one, and then I stopped at the Rumo Kocha Town Hall, where there's a polling unit. Voters register pasted there, but not a soul inside.
Okay.
Now, a fellow walks up to me and says, they have been waiting for the materials since morning, and nobody has come. So no materials, no electoral officers there,
Okay.
and they do not think the elections will hold. That's what I was told.
All right.
Then I walked into Rumuchaka Town Hall, where there was, again, voter register pasted on the wall, but no official inside. I spent about 3 minutes there. On my way out, a fellow walks up to me and shows me his voter's card and says, I should not, because he recognized me and says, I should not for any reason think that because they are hanging around, they don't vote. Because people are playing football, people are drinking, people are just talking in corners. And he says, we all have a voter's card. We are ready to vote. That's why we are here. So it's not like we don't care about the election. He probably heard me on Wazubia when I said people don't care about it. So, in Nigeria, and they set in a place called Choba Extension, what we know as behind chemical engineering lab. It's called Choba Extension.
Okay.
The materials are there and they're distributed towards their own end. And they've been told that once they're done from Choba Extension, they'll come to where they are now in the rest of Choba, and that's why they're waiting.
And what time was this, China?
Hello?
What time was this? Hello, can you hear me? Hello, China? Oh my, this call I don't want to lose. Hello? Carl, say hello, maybe he'll hear you.
So people hanging around, there are plenty of activities, non-election related, but saying they are still interested in voting. That's an interesting one, for the places he's visited over there towards Choba. I don't know, do we have him back on the line?
We'll have to try to reconnect. Okay, so far, what is constant is the register at the different units. And no soul in sight, like he said. I think it's a case of people just hanging around.
Maybe waiting until they see officials.
When they see officials, then they converge. That's very likely what is happening. All right, we will reconnect with China and hopefully ask more questions because there's a lot to unpack there. 080-903-06416. Before I took China's call, I was reading a prayer sent on WhatsApp. And while it's important to pray, there's still the part of action. You going out to ensure that some of these things you're praying for come to fruition. They happen. And it's beautiful, Carl, when we pray to God for things that are within our control.
Well, that's it. And God has supposedly given you the power to act. And that's why they gave you, perhaps, somebody would say, an akonuche. That's they gave you the wisdom supposedly to act. So it's not everything that you wait for someone to do for you. There are some certain things you could actually do for yourself. You do not have to engage the spiritual or engage the Holy Father to do things for you. You are here. You can act. You can take charge.
Okay. And it seems the person who started the prayer has started a chain, because the next one here also sounds like a prayer. Ward 6, 7, and 8, election is ongoing and peaceful in Andoni local government area. And he follows that up by saying the plans of evil men has failed. Joseph Ben from Andoni. That's interesting.
Is that KOK?
That is
Which of the evil men?
I'm not sure, but it's all good. We're hoping whoever is evil, their plans do not work. We would have to take a break now. Of course, we're very close to the top of the hour. We'll still take updates from our reporters. We're taking messages from you, and we're following the exercise. As events unfold, we keep you updated. Please stay with us.
I was at Eche some few minutes back. We got into Eche at 7:45. From Chokocho, we could not find any polling unit at Chokocho, which is the entrance into Eche. We went to the rack center that was used for elections last year. There was no activity there, so we left there and went to Ibu in Eche. And we just saw one polling unit. And as at the time we got to that polling unit at 8 o'clock, there was nothing going on there. I met people there and they told me that, they are waiting for materials to arrive. So we left there and went forward down to Okomoko. It was in Okomoko we saw some polling units and we discovered that voting had already started. So voting, accreditation went on at the same time. And I saw people around and I spoke to them about how the voting process was, and they said it's going on well. They showed me their thumbprints that they voted and that voting went on peacefully.
Okay. For the other parts of Eche you checked earlier where you said there was no activity, does that mean that there was no polling units or there was a polling unit but nothing was happening there?
At first, we couldn't find any polling unit, but when we went forward, we saw one polling unit and nothing was happening there. They said they were waiting for election materials to arrive the polling unit. I saw 2 or 3 persons there and they were waiting for materials to arrive there.
Okay. Now, so far for the report on polling units, we have confirmed that there was a register at the units, but an absence of voters. Did you find a register at every unit you checked?
So the process is before you vote, they have to check your name on the register.
Okay.
And if your name is not on the register, you can't vote. So for those people that I saw voted, their names were on the register because I was monitoring them and I saw that they had to look for their names on the register. When they saw their names on the register, they gave them the voting slip and then they had to now, go to the booths where they read thumbprints and then cast their vote and put it inside the basket that was kept there.
All right.
So that was how they were, that was how they were accrediting them before they vote. And
the register was pasted in a visible spot where everyone could see it?
Yes, the register is in front of the list was pasted on the wall. So when you go, you just see your name and your unit and ward and everything. And then I think there's another one used by the research officials.
Okay.
Before they will now, tell you to go and thumbprint and vote.
All right. So security presence, any?
I just saw a few NSCDC officials, but no police presence at the.
Okay. And human and vehicular movement, how is that?
Well, there's to an extent people are adhering to the restriction of movement and all of that. To an extent.
All right, thank you very much, Martha. We'll get back to you for more updates.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so Carl, seems things are moving in Eche, at least some parts.
Yeah, of course, following her report, in some places they saw things moving, and maybe in some other places they didn't get activity. I'm thinking, at a certain point in time, maybe at least by 11 a.m., we should have heard from most places. I'm thinking that should be enough time for maybe materials to arrive and officials to arrive if there's some sort of logistics delay. I'm thinking that should be enough. So around that point in time, 11 o'clock, if we are hearing that officials have not arrived at any polling unit, I'm going to be asking myself, do they plan on arriving at all?
I mean, 11 is an hour away from noon. So, yeah, that's enough time to pull off something. Hello, good morning. My name is Stephen from Rumuwara. Election here in Rumuwara is peaceful. I'm really happy everywhere is calm. But me, I no vote, so I go play football. Why?
One of our correspondents actually sent us pictures, or should I say videos, of some young boys playing football somewhere along or around Aba Road.
You know, just like stealing meat. Playing football when you are not supposed to. It seems that's the sweeter one. That's, you know, when there's restriction, that's when the game feels better. Unfortunately, I don't have those skills on the field. I only play my football in video games. Okay. And someone here says, we're expecting to hear reports from Obiakpo, Rume Precom, Eliozu, Rukboku, Rumibo. Well, we have reporters on the field covering different parts, but you are also a part of, you're helping us get information. So if you're listening, send messages to 080-903-06416 and tell us what's happening at your area, in your area, rather. Okay, this one says, okay, just talking about Teacher Grace, thank you. It says God will protect people that she wants God to protect. Good morning. We're still waiting for election materials here in Tombia Kingdom in Degema local government area. Thanks. My name is Wari. Good morning. In my area, Elekahia, the officials have arrived and election has started. But in the Bombs Town Hall and Elekahia Primary School, everywhere is calm and peaceful. Young Bill from Elekahia. Thank you very much, Young Bill. Remember, we are streaming live on Facebook and Twitter. You can drop your comments on those platforms as well. Golden Gift Godwin says, Obiakpo local government area, Ward 16, Unit 16, Ogbogoro is peaceful. Someone said earlier on WhatsApp they want to hear from Obiakpo. Well, we have someone who has reported from there. Gordon Israel Passer says, Igbo Iche is free and fair. The election process is ongoing. Freaky Anima Shaun says, I'm happy for this election today. Okay. And Didi Chimezie, Oba Egbemandoni local government area, Obiebe Ward 17. Election is about to start. And this message came in 30 minutes ago. Victor Baigwe says, Bori has started voting. So far, so good. It seems the exercise is...
Yeah, so apparently from what we are saying, yes, it may have taken or delayed in some certain areas, but for some places, materials have arrived. People are involved in the process. I've seen videos online with, of course, officials actually being engaged in the process. So just like you've mentioned, so seemingly the activity is there, but some other people have complained they haven't seen materials. Some other people have complained there's no activity whatsoever within their own polling units or within their own area.
That is interesting. We haven't heard of any violence, and that's a good thing. Yes, a protest, a resistance, a confrontation, but people who are well within their rights to, make those kind of demands. So we're hoping that it goes this way till the end of today. It's a smooth process. And at the end of the day, the people are satisfied with whatever the result is. Okay. So just for a bit of understanding, governance in Nigeria is activated, of course, through the ballot. RISIEC, the commission responsible for handling elections at this level, is a state independent electoral commission, and their function is to organize, undertake, and supervise all elections to local government in states. Something that a lot of people don't talk about. I mean, the local government chairman, we don't talk about them enough, but even less, councillors. As a matter of fact, I remember that in secondary school, I kept asking, what does a councillor do? Because in the state where I went to school, there was a poster for, councillor. Somebody who I knew was on that poster. And I was asking, councillor, what do they do? And the person didn't even know. I didn't get an answer to that question until I got a bit older. That is the legislature of the local government. We'll talk after the call about the functionality of councillors, but I believe I have China on the phone. Hello, China.
Hello, sir.
Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Okay. I'm hoping you have new things to tell us, but as a follow-up to what you were saying earlier, you said you have visited a few places, no activity, people approached you.
That was in Choba, no activity. But before I left Choba, I was told that the materials had arrived, they were at a place called Toba Extension.
Okay.
Which, if you scroll down that area, is behind the chemical engineering lab. So they said they were distributing from that end and were coming towards where I was at the time.
Okay.
As I drove off from Rumu Chakara and Rumu Kocha, I actually saw vehicles that I believed were carrying the materials, and I passed them by. Now, eyewitness for Bakri, which is Ward 2, said about 9 o'clock, the committee is the town crier to tell people to come to the town hall. That is Obira Kenta Town Hall, because the material had arrived and voting was about to start. And as at 10 minutes ago, I got a call from Bakri saying that voting has started. But I tried to go away from that area. I had somebody call and say they wanted to hear about Obiakmo and Rumo Remeni and Rumo Precom. That's where I am right now.
Okay.
People are playing football on the streets, like you said. People are just hanging around in corners. Not much. I mean, from where I passed, I cannot speak for the whole community, but from where I passed, not much happening in terms of the actual voting going on. People just seem to be hanging around. The roads are free. People are walking on the street. And I can't see anything much happening. I'm trying to locate the nearest polling unit to find out if there's actually voting going on.
Okay.
But all I can see are people just hanging around and waiting. Sam.
All right, China, the vehicle you said you believe had the materials. How did you know? How can you tell? Did it have a tag on it? How do you know that vehicle had the materials?
I didn't say I know. I believe. That was my belief. On election day, when electoral materials are moving, they move in convoy.
Okay.
They move at high speed, and they see strange-looking fellows, looking out the window of those vehicles. There are not too many vehicles on the road, so when those vehicles drove past me, I just believed they were the materials because I was told about 10 minutes earlier that the materials are coming from that direction. So I just believed those are materials.
Okay.
But by the time I left Chuba, there was no voting happening at Rumo Kocha, Rumo Chakara, and Rumo Ndodo. There was none.
All right. Well, we'll get back to you, China. We have to take a break now. Thank you very much for your time.
The pleasure is mine.
All right. So all it takes, Carl, is a motorcade and high speed. If you and I can take our cars, find some of our colleagues, once we have that and high speed. I was
going to say we even see that almost every other day of the week.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed we do. After the break, we talk some more. Please stay with us. Eche, and votes are being counted at Edegelem, Ikemefuna says. Okay. Good morning, Oracle and the Point Man. My name is Barrister Donatus. I'm right now in Opooko Community, headquarters of Kana Ward 16. Electoral materials have just been distributed to various units and voting will commence soon. This message came in at 10:20, so that's 10 minutes ago. Okay. Like you said, Carl, 11 is a good time to be judgmental. If officials are not there yet, then we're not certain if the elections will even hold, because that's 1 hour away from noon. Even those who are late risers should have woken up. 9:10 is good. You take a bath and make your way to your polling units so that at least by noon you should have voted.
Yeah, it's a good time to take stock because give and take, you usually will have, perhaps some circumstances beyond your control, logistical issues, but we should have had, materials and officials and materials at polling units at most by 11 a.m. So from what we've heard, initially we were hearing inactivity in some certain areas, but from the reports we are beginning to get, we are seeing that at least materials are now arriving in various locations, and in some locations they already have been engaged in the process, and in some locations they say they have also finished, finished with the process. Let's just also go back to where it was pointed out in some places in Eche, accreditation and voting took place simultaneously. So at least apparently they ensured the process just went that smoothly.
All right. Working with data, in River State, we have 23 local government areas, 319 electoral wards, and 4,402 polling units in River State. So far, so good. We can confirm, because some of our reporters have said that not all of these units have been explored.
We can't get to all of them.
And
we're not going to be able to touch all of them. In fact, we're just waiting for some reports also from our man, Andrew Fiemi, who is out. Supposedly should send us a report. But we can't get to all of them. But trying to observe and getting a feeler of what is happening. This day, like you say, was definitely a big day. We know what the drama is. For those who basically want to talk politics, this is the structural election. This is the election that determines, perhaps who owns or who controls structure. So that's how important it is. We all looked forward to this day. So, but with all the drama that surrounded it in recent, we're very much interested in what the reaction to this day will be. As in terms of, participation, in terms of, the process being smooth or not being smooth. So far, we're getting those feelers. Now all will culminate into what might be, of course, more activity and more drama to follow concerning local government issues in Rivers State.
No, I wasn't even speaking to us exploring all the units, right? Obviously, we can't pull that off, and that's why we have people telling us what's happening at their end. I'm talking about the units. Not all of them are active for this local government election.
Well, apparently so, because for some units that are supposedly known units to be polling units, we've had reports that nothing is happening there, or there are not even registers at those particular points. I don't know what the reasons may be, or if perhaps because it was local government polls, maybe they collapsed them. Even at the last election, there were instances where new polling units were supposedly created. Because some people were saying what we knew was supposed to be was no longer. Instead, we were told it was at so and so place. That's what happened. So I don't know if there's been any updates further concerning those units as regards these local government polls.
When I voted last year at the elections, I remember walking, because I was here at the office and I said after my show I was going to vote. So I had to walk to my polling unit. And I remember walking on the street and there were two units, and in my head I was like, you could have combined. I saw a small canopy with people, and just a few steps away there's another one. I'm like, come on, these two could
waste
have
of
been
resources,
one.
right?
Yes.
But there are some certain considerations actually for those units. Now, did you see the register?
No, but because there was a tag that showed that this was a unit. INEC prints and all of that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that for demarcation and for allocation of or allotment of units to a particular area, now it has to do with numbers. people always and have always complained concerning what you have just said now, that at a particular polling unit, maybe we had like 2,000 people, we were all trying to vote. Then in some certain places, all you had were just 50 or 20 people. There are supposedly considerations for the delineation of what should be wards, units, and everything. They're supposedly so. But similarly, maybe the information available is not accurate, and that's why we supposedly now have this lopsided, should I say, amounts of people at a particular point in time. But officially, there are considerations before we get some units.
Okay, so we have something from, I believe, Andrew. We'll have to listen to that. Apologies, I'm going to try to get that so that we know what's happening at his end. Okay. Okay, well, hopefully that comes up shortly.
In Obiakpo Ward 7, Unit 36, voting is ongoing. As at the time we arrived, accreditation and voting was ongoing, and we met the APP councillorship candidate casting his vote, and it's smooth. As at the time, there no police presence whatsoever, but it was quite peaceful. At Ward 1, Unit 40, similar situation. Voting finished according to reports at 9 a.m. from the voters who were there. We met them rounding up, voters all excited, saying they had finished voting and everything was peaceful. At Ward 1, Unit 41, it was a different situation. According to them, voting started quite early, but then at around 25 minutes into the voting process, they reported that some policemen, men dressed in police uniform, stormed the unit, shot tear gas about 3 times, and carted away with the voting materials. Yes, that's the reports that we got from them. Videos would also be sent because we were able to get the videos of the situation at the time. So that would also be put up later. But that situation so far, it's relatively peaceful in most of the wards that we've seen and units that we've visited. We're still going around. I will give you more information as more continues to unfold.
Okay. The piece that I just talked about and I was grateful for, it seems there's a hitch.
You must be a wicked man. They say there's no peace for the wicked.
Okay, I'm glad that our reporter says there are videos. So when that comes, we will do with it what we should. All right, still taking your thoughts. 080-903-06416. Something I wanted to speak to earlier. China said that they use a town crier to inform people to come out and vote. I don't know if you heard it.
Yeah.
And I know I've asked this question before, but again, I'm not trying to, fight culture. But town crier in 2024, Carl, I mean, they could have a WhatsApp group for the community and say everybody come out. Like, it just doesn't. Again, that's just me. But
well, yes. See, aside the election, town criers are still used in this country. Some people believe it's also a way. You have sometimes maybe the local chief or perhaps the community ruler or the king or whatever, the Eze, might just decide. They might decide. Council of Chiefs might decide something, and they want everybody to hear. So they know people are seated at home or maybe relaxed at home at certain points in time at night or early in the morning, and the person goes around, boom, 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 and at least that message is put out there. They may not necessarily go to radio or television to pay for personal paid announcements or stuff like that. This is the easiest way. You say it's 2024, but there's nothing around. We can gather around at the playground and shout. I know some places where high-rise buildings, somebody comes out in the courtyard and screams. Everybody, there will be a meeting by so.
No, that's not a town crier now.
That is a household, a compound crier. So that does happen.
One of the challenges with town crying is message could be lost in translation. If I have your recorded voice or I take a script, I'm going to report exactly. But if you give me information and I have to go and disseminate, of course I'm going to use my language. I'm going to use a few words might be altered.
It's supposedly in there. You see, you're looking at it from a city man's point of view. Now, this is their community. So that town crier may go out and speak Ikwere, may go out and speak Ijo. You know, he will speak what it is that they are familiar with. So question is, did he get the message from the authority sending him out to do so? If it was the CDC chairman, the community leader, the chief or whoever who told him, that he should now be sure that he got the message correctly and now can now go ahead.
All right. So we have Onyeka Chinwosu. Good morning, Onyeka.
Yes, good morning.
How you doing?
Mr. Carl.
How you doing?
Very well, Carl.
That's important first. Okay, so what's happening?
Oh, Sam, I'm sorry. I thought it's
No, there's no problem.
We're here.
We're here. But when you come to the office, I will answer you. But talk first. What's the situation at your end?
Okay. Well, we just entered Apaju, that's in Element local government, and the road is a bit scanty. We just negotiated into a community where we saw people voting. We saw people gathered. We don't know actually what happened, but one of the candidates just left the scene. But on our way to that place, the road was very scanty.
Okay.
No movement of people, but very few persons we saw doing their businesses here and there. Very, very few people. We've not gotten to where we are now. We've not seen any voting, any semblance of voting or polling units at all. That's in Element local government area.
Okay. So you're reporting for the movement that's vehicular and human. Hopefully, when you get to a polling unit, you can report what you've seen there. But security presence, is there any?
No. Apart from where we saw one of the candidates, we saw quite a number of security people there. But then, apart from that particular place, other places we didn't come across, except when we left Ichie, coming towards I think Umufushi, where we saw checkpoints, police. We saw a checkpoint. Apart from that, we've not seen too much presence of security personnel.
Okay, so I don't know if you're conversant with that area, because I wanted to ask if on a regular day that's a checkpoint, if police usually, stays at that spot, or if that's just unique to the elections.
Yes. It's a usual place for them to stay. Yeah, it is. It is on regular day.
All right.
So
aside the ever busy Element road that you can have, traffic and all of these things. The only problem is that the road is still bad, but then it's very free.
Okay.
So just as a follow-up to that, Onyeka, what you're saying is that even like going into Akpajo, there's been no restriction of movement. You guys have been moving around and driving around, and you did so during the state and federal elections. At least there, we had a restriction of movements and people enforcing it. So you're saying, aside the regular checkpoints, you have not noticed throughout today during your movement any checkpoints restricting people from moving or asking people where they are going to?
Nothing of such. No restriction at all. We'll be moving freely. Nobody has stopped us to say, apart from that particular checkpoint that I mentioned earlier.
Okay. Thank you very much, Onyeka.
Thank you.
So that's an interesting observation. Like we said, all perhaps, owing to the drama, we know what it is like during election period. Officially, there was supposed to be from 12 midnight yesterday, restriction of vehicular activity as well as human and vehicular activity. And, with the drama ongoing, who was going to enforce that? So apparently people have been free to move around as they please, partake in the election. And, like I said, that's an interesting thing so far.
Well, the police have kept their word, not participating in the process. So far, so good. We wait and we watch. I knew someone was going to comment on this. Chibike on Facebook says, it's 2024, no electricity, no radio. People can hardly eat a good meal, talk less of buying data. For those that have been able to acquire smartphones, the use of town criers, very innovative. I would not use the word innovative. It's effective. It works.
Yeah, it helps. It works. So for you, you're thinking the entire community should be in one WhatsApp group.
No, I'm just saying.
He's telling you we don't have data. Even the smartphone is not working. It's not smart anymore because there's hunger in the land.
It's beautiful how we can find creative ways to just add, we never chop, or bag of rice is 100. You could be talking about the most random thing. It's like, what's going on? Oh, your glasses. I noticed that, you've changed the frame. You say, well, with the way the country is, bag of rice is 100K. And it works. It still works. It's all good. Thank you very much for sending that. Another thing is, since we have confirmed multiple sources, including our reporters, that it's NSCDC officials that are kind of providing that security cover for this election, I'd like you to, if you're listening, our numbers are 080-903-06416. Send us the conduct of the officials. How are they handling this? Are they acting professionally? That's something we also like to get, because obviously the police have chosen to take their hands off.
We got a press statement from them saying they are not going to be part of the local government polls.
So how are the NSCDC officials faring? Fortune Nna says, I'm reporting from Ward 18 in Kana local government area. There is no voting material in the community. Ogbani Princewell, who sent his message 18 minutes ago, says, Falga, Ward 19, no election. An erudite says election is ongoing at the polling unit in Ward 11, Egbeda, Emolga also. Okay, says a particular candidate has voted. That's interesting. Adule Monokpo, election in Ward 5 and 6, Kedere in Gokana, very fair and peaceful. Adule once again says, I observe the freest and peaceful elections in my community, Gokana, Ward 6. So far, so good. Carl? We're moving.
Yeah, of course, people with various observations for where they are. Particularly, I'm wondering, the person who's from Falga, was it Ward 12, where exactly, who said materials had not arrived? Because seemingly the person is surrounded by other units and wards where we hear, action has actually taken place and maybe concluded.
Yeah.
So to be just for the person to be sure, is it that he has not arrived or he got there and those are one of the places that they say the elections it's over and done with? That would be another interesting thing to know.
So here's an interesting comment. Says, in the absence of Nigerian police in this election is peaceful. What do you think? Gift from Eche is asking. I'm not thinking anything, Gift. I'm not thinking anything. The election so far is peaceful because it should be. Livinus says, here at Igbo Eche, everywhere is calm and the people are waiting for the arrival of electoral material and officials. The people are also guarding against anything that could disrupt the smooth conduct of the election. This message came in at 10:29. The responsibility of protecting votes, that's something that it's the advocacy of the electoral commissions, I'm sure, at the national level, INEC and RISIEC, telling people that when you vote, you stay back for it to be counted and to protect your vote. Some people do not think that that's a personal responsibility that they should take. Just vote and leave. But how important is it to play your part in protecting what you believe is your mandate?
Well, see, these are what should always have been should I say, checks and balance. Everybody may be in a rush. No one wants to stand under the sun and no one wants to maybe perhaps be in the rain.
Yeah.
So normally they would have voted and gone home. So over the years, we've always said, protect your vote. By protecting your vote, we don't mean you're going to carry sticks and all. We're coming from an era where we used to have ballot box snatching and everything. But to see that the process goes well, because supposedly your presence, my presence at the polling unit keeps everyone on their toes and everyone does what they're supposed to do. So when we've had the process conclude, we all stay at our various units and watch it being counted. So you see, we will be there, it's counted, entered into the books. When results are being eventually announced, we will now sit and say, good. At my unit, when you hear results being announced and the figures are being given, you say, okay, yes, that's it. Or if the figures do not tally to what was there, people will say, that's not what it is. Now, when they say that's not what it is, it's not as if they will now carry guns or carry something and go to, but it's the process.
Yeah.
So it lends credence to the process. And this is one of the reasons why people have not believed in the process over the years. Because some people have said they have stood by, watched while their votes are being counted, but only to go on to hear something else, when the eventual results were announced. So that is what has taken credibility away from people, from the process. People have not trusted, or rather have not trusted all the while, what it is that's being done. So That's part of the system. You stay behind, have the votes, and watch as the votes are being counted.
All right. Still taking your messages on WhatsApp. Good morning. Election materials are yet to arrive. Ward 7, Rumokoro, as at this time. And the time was 10:29. Okay, I think I took this message earlier. Ibis Dennis says, in Okrika, I've never experienced elections so peaceful without police or any other security like today. I mean, Ogbobo, Ward 6, Unit 12.
Quite unfortunate. We're not going to have our own personal respondent from Okrika, but that's interesting for what that's a reaction coming in there. If we also have other people from Okrika who could also corroborate or still send us their thoughts concerning what's happening or give us a feel of what's happening in Okrika, we also will appreciate that.
My report is that I'm peacefully sleeping at home. Eli Precious from Alaka here. If we catch you, Eli, leave that bed. Okay. Still taking your messages. Let's see. This is a long one. Says election will come and go, but one thing is sure: in life, God will judge every man and woman according to their roles. Okay. Thank you very much for that. And someone here has attached pictures. Well, thank you very much. Voter register already pasted at Obiakbo, Origwe, polling unit 11, Rumudara open space, waiting for election material. Security presence as we have now. This is from Femi. He came in at 10:48, which is a few minutes ago. And we can see the photos that he attached. This looks like... Carl, when you go to some of those mama puts and you're the only one there, the arrangement of the chairs is just like you're waiting for action.
It's also one of the things we talked about. Some polling units are very, small and does not look like, and in fact, they're actually makeshift. In some polling units, you have a structure. Maybe it's a school compound. It's a small makeshift facility, but for some of them, they have just makeshift. You have one zinc or one wooden structure that's hurriedly put up. I've seen some of the pictures for some of the places, even in the likes of Inquiry local government. Some of those pictures we've seen. There's also some makeshift arrangement for the elections.
Okay. All right, welcome back. We have Soibi on the phone. Hello, Soibi.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning. Welcome back. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm at the secretary to the state government unit.
Okay.
I want to observe the process. Dr. Pami Zanagugo, I'm at his unit. I want to observe the process because there are massive crowds there.
Okay.
About 5 units close to his house. He's seated right here. Attending to some of the community people, also advising them to go about this election peacefully.
Okay.
It's in Ward 10. I don't know which of the units, but it's Ward 10. About 3 units. Unit 4, I'm at Unit 4. While
Okay.
the SSG is also here.
All right.
Some of the chiefs are also here. You want to talk with him?
No, I do not want to talk to him, Soibi. I'm more concerned about the conduct of the exercise. How has...
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. You want to say something?
Yeah, the conduct, as at this moment, I'm still in Abonima. I've not left Abonima. The conduct at this moment in Abonima is peaceful.
Okay.
I witnessed the distribution of the sensitive material. No crisis. I've not seen anybody fighting. They are casting their votes, and the turnout where the few wards and units are visited, the turnout is to say reasonable, even if it is not as expected. It's reasonable because of the fear, because of the division, because of some persons, the PDP and APC not participating. But the turnout is not to say it's least, but
right.
I will tell you that it's reasonable to say it's both that can give somebody a win.
Okay, so we'll reconnect with you. We have a break coming up now. Thank you very much.
Nigeriainfo. We'll be right back.
When you wake up in the morning, you want to start your
on 92.3 Nigeriainfo. Sam Oracle Chinedu here. It's 5 minutes past 11 a.m. And Carl is still here. Hello, Carl.
Yeah, still here with you, Sam.
It's a pleasure. We spent our entire mornings. The good thing is our partners know what we do and where we are. But this is the kind of engagement when you go back home, your wife said, "Where have you been? where have you been all morning?"
No, they know where we're at.
Okay. So we're still taking your thoughts. There's an interesting message here. It says, "Good morning. One of our journalists is sending reports and misrepresenting the situation at polling units in Choba. No election is going on." This is according to Dr. Gift Wallo from Choba.
Okay. Now, seeing his message, this is one of our journalists, or it's how does he actually?
Said it's sad that supposedly professional journalists are sending reports and misrepresenting the situation at the various polling units in Choba. He says no election is going on.
Say no election is going on.
Obviously in Choba.
Okay, in Choba. So where he is at, right?
Yeah.
So we've had people report from different places, and the people have said in so and so place nothing happening.
Yeah.
In so and so place people gathered and they are waiting. In so and so place something has happened. We've had such reports. So seeing the message and taking a look at that message which he sent, and that says misinformation, misrepresentation. Now, with all due apologies to Dr. Gift Wallo, I'm thinking, it's always good to report where you are at that point in time and do not now carry it beyond. We've been careful, most especially for us. So I don't know, maybe if for other platforms that he's been following also. We've been careful. He's taking note that we've actually only spoken to our own people.
Yeah.
Now, this is for a reason. The reason is so that we could actually vouch and verify what they are saying. We have been careful not to actually listen or taking direct live reports from other people. So it's always good to speak for where you are at that point in time. I have somebody who has been to some parts of Choba. We've got a reporter who's been to some parts of Choba and have told us in so and so, nothing, no, everybody is waiting. But we've had some places where they say, people are standing there, they still display voters register, but so and so. And that we have actually put it out there like that. So I will advise this for everybody. And that's why when we do eyewitness reports also on Wednesday, where we train you or also encourage you to be a journalist, we say, speak of what you know, not what a third party has told you. Speak about where you are. So that's what we also here will also do.
All right. I believe we have Soibi on the phone. Hello, Soibi. Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Welcome back.
Yes.
Okay, so before the interruption, you told us about where you are, how things are going. There's massive turnout. You said it's peaceful and all of that. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So one of my many questions, the security officials, and for this election so far, we've learned it's NSCDC. How are they conducting themselves, if there's any, in that polling unit?
I have not seen any security officials I've not seen any security officials, whether NSCD or police.
Okay.
I've not seen any one of them. I've not
right.
seen any of the security officials.
Okay, so what is movement like, human and vehicular?
No, for sure. I've not seen people driving along or driving going to their places. Everyone is using their leg, if I may put it that way. No vehicular movement. It is strictly obeyed. Only vehicular movement you will see are INEC officials, RISEC officials, pressmen, and those of them that are one way or the other have one duty to deliver for this election. Those are the people I'm seeing going on. But I also see bikes, in this remote area, we majorly use motorbikes, so they are using that to also ease their transportation. I'm about leaving Abonima to Bukuma now.
Now, so let me quickly say, here in Port Harcourt, like I pointed out at a point in time, we've had dissenting voices. We all know what the situation in Rivers State is at the moment. So some people who do not want the elections to take place, they have protested today. Well, it's been peaceful, no wahala, but at least they have made themselves heard today. So for Abonima, I know you say things have been peaceful. So I want to ask, is there no dissenting voice, even though there's been no violence? Is there no one, people are no green, no dissenting voices there?
Interestingly, I have spoken with a traditional ruler. I've spoken with the secretary to the state government. I've spoken with the caretaker committee chairman. He said, all of them told me that the reason we have not seen any dissenting voice is that they have learned from their past experience. Remember 2018, 2019 governorship election was bloody year. So all of them have spoken to themselves that they don't want a repeat of that action as such. Even those of them that have dissenting voice, I've not seen any one of them to say it must not hold or it will hold. All have just left the scene, allowing those of them that are exercising their franchise to go about their activity. None. All the polling units, all the wards, the compounds have visited. I've not seen any one of them that are saying no, it must not hold. None of them has appeared to say it must not hold. I've not seen any of such.
So let me get this straight. So even if perhaps they do not support it, but because to avoid any violence or to avoid, they have let things be.
Remember 2018, 2019, Abonima witnessed very sad events. So the political elite, the traditional rulers, the youth, from their body language and from what some of them have told me, they said they don't want a repeat of that. That is why the place is calm. I have not seen anybody talking or disagreeing or stoning block or stoning knife or it must not be like this. I have not seen.
Now, you sent us videos of materials were being distributed from the rack centers. You sent us those videos, and I think we already have them up on our socials. So has every polling unit, that's to your knowledge at least from that rack, has every polling unit supposedly received their materials? Is the process ongoing? And is they perhaps saying you could tell us that maybe in the next 1 hour thereabouts the process might be true?
From the look of things, from the look of things, voting may end in the next 1 hour because the people that are around, the voters that are around, they are doing both accreditation and voting simultaneously.
Okay.
They are doing it simultaneously.
Okay. Thank you very much, Soibi. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
So same reports that we had in, I think, from the chair end, simultaneously accreditation and voting. So you come, you get accredited, and you vote. But it's interesting to say, for him to say, well, no violence, peaceful. Because from my experience and from what we know, most especially owing to what's in the state, there definitely will be dissenting voice. There must be a group. So if, unlike what we had...
resistance.
Yes, but even like for Port Harcourt here, they've come out and they haven't gone to polling units to disrupt things, but at least they've gathered somewhere.
They've made a statement.
And made a statement. So I was just wondering if we also will not get that in some other places too.
All right, back to WhatsApp. Good morning. I'm reporting from Ward 9, Berry, in Kana local government area. Election materials have arrived and voting is going on smoothly. This message came in at 10:49. Good morning, Sam. Here in Omerlu, Ward 15. Election is going on perfectly. Amadi, thank God, says. Good morning. Okay, someone else is drinking something this morning. And Melody from Uniport says election started very early at Amo Aguwo Alu playground units. OSPAC provided security. People voted sharp, and election ended at 10:30. Although the result was not declared at the venue because I was rarely. I'm not comfortable with this election ending early. It just... Again, there's supposed to be a stipulated time for which people can come. So even if you don't come out now, so at least you know that it's still open when I get there by so and so time. So when you say it has ended, are you saying that you took a look at the register, then all those who are supposed to vote within that period have already voted, and so that's why it's ended? Yes, that's, in my opinion, yes, like you say, you're not comfortable with that. That's something that also is. 8 o'clock, perhaps the process starts. It should take you at least maybe 3-4 hours, or at least from experience. We know how long it should take before we're eventually done. Even when we have elections by INEC, they don't talk about when the voting ends. They talk about when they stop accrediting people.
Yes.
They will do it till this point. Then everyone who they have, they now
already
vote.
Will now,
so
yes.
However long that takes. Okay, we have Emeka on the phone. Hello, Emeka. Good morning.
Good morning, Sam.
How you doing?
I'm fine.
All right. Talk to me. What's happening?
Okay, I think the election has been peaceful in Emowa local government area, although the turnout wasn't as expected because I think based on the controversy that has failed the election, I think so many persons did not come out for the election, but the process was peaceful.
Okay.
Like in all the world I've visited, I think there is no much crowd, but there is no violence in any of the polling units in Emowa local government. So I'm trying to see if I will assess Ikore local government to see what is happening in Ikore local government. Earlier, someone called that there is a rowdy situation in Gruta, that is Ikore local government area, though I've not been there to ascertain the situation.
Now, just for clarity's sake, you say the activity, the election process is ongoing, though there's a low turnout, but at least the election process is ongoing in some of the places you have visited in Emoha.
It's ongoing. Even in the absence of security operatives, I think the electorate have conducted themselves peacefully.
Okay, Emeka, what's the average time for the arrival of materials in that area? Time did you get the materials?
I think at 9 a.m. this morning, almost all the units have gotten their materials.
Okay, 9. And for movement, human and vehicular, what's it like?
There is no vehicular movement, but there is human movement, as in residents are moving within the community, but no vehicular movement.
Okay.
For security.
Even in the absence of security operatives, people are still obeying the restriction order by the governor.
So there's been no visible security presence, whether it be the police or NSCDC or even the DSS, no visible.
In all the units I've visited, I've not seen any, sir.
Okay, Mega, thank you very much. So, please, the report's still there. So, for Emoha, like Emeka points out, our person there who's been on ground. Now, he says we have the process ongoing. Turnout is poor, but nevertheless, the process is ongoing.
And it's smooth so far.
Yeah, so of course, so that's him giving his own report for what he's seen, and hopefully he also will still be still getting around and will be getting reports from every other places he's also to visit. So the general thing today is that at least the process, though it did not start early in most places, eventually did start, and in some places the turnout has been poor. Emeka, I'm sure from feelers from what he's getting from the people there, he says, definitely, let me use the term that our news people usually use. It's definitely not, the low turnout is definitely not unconnected to the situation currently in the state as regards the election. So
conjunction is unnecessary.
No, that's the way. I don't know.
I know that's how it sounds in news, but
so totally not. It's not unconnected to. What you would just say, it's perhaps connected to, not unconnected to.
My goodness.
It's their own jargon and the but anyways, this was what was expected, and that's why we started the day with asking what's happening in your area, that's in your own unit. Are you out and about? Because, like Sam, we cannot disassociate ourselves from this. There's been that. There's been the drama.
Yeah.
There's been the activity concerning the back and forth.
You can't ignore it.
You cannot ignore it, and definitely somehow it will color what we are witnessing today. We knew it was going to color what we're witnessing today, and that's why we wanted to know what was happening. So in some places, perhaps no turnout, they're not interested. In some places, some few people have turned out waiting, they did not see the materials. Some places they turned out, materials did arrive, and they are engaging in the process. So we knew there was going to be a divide, and that was expected given the situation and all that's been happening in the past few days and past few months. And so it's no different than what we were expecting to happen.
All right, speaking about divide, there's an interesting comment here on WhatsApp. It reads, Ward 7 on Elga, nothing like election. It seems everyone has moved to Port Harcourt for protest. Everywhere is deserted. Comrade EU Ernest from Osiakpu in Onelga.
Okay, so that's somebody reporting from Onelga.
Yeah.
Yes, although we do not have our own people there directly to actually also say what they have seen. But from the man was specific. He mentioned Ward 7, right?
Yeah, Ward 7
so
Onelga.
He's speaking supposedly from where he's at.
So I like how he speaks to the certainty and the assumption. right? He said, Ward 7 Onelga, nothing like election here. That's the certainty.
Okay.
Now, the assumption, it seems everyone has moved to Port Harcourt
for protest. Okay.
So he's not sure why, if that's the case. But
he doesn't know whether they're at home watching a new soap opera that has started, or it seems maybe they have all gone to Port Harcourt for protest, he says.
All right, someone says, for now, Polo Club in Jerry is filled with a mammoth crowd. Some groups led by a figure he mentions here is leading a protest along Rumola. I think security operatives need to wake up now before it turns to something else. Joe sent this at 10:53. Good morning.
That protest, or is it in any ways, is it violent? Or maybe he fears for the crowd. He says a mammoth crowd. So, of course, the possibility might snowball into something else. Yeah. Now, the security operatives made it clear they were not going to be part of the electoral process. Now, definitely, I cannot avoid but get into this. Their duty is to maintain law and order. So, come what may, that protest now is not, shall I say, it's not an electoral protest. It's all right. It's not part of the electoral process. And if the security agencies, they've got to be on alert and they've got to be on standby. We cannot afford rather to have any situation that might lead to a breakdown of law and order. So they should be, of course, on the lookout. They should be on the alert in any area or in any place where supposedly someone is breaking the law, someone is committing a crime.
Should be able to respond.
Think, they should be able to respond.
I agree completely. While you might not be a part of the process, you should be alert.
Yeah.
Yes, because, like you said, if things go wrong, having that number of persons in one space for the purpose of protest, it can easily...
There could easily just be a guide for them that's kind of like an escort to prevent maybe perhaps another side from attacking them, or also to keep those in that particular this thing in check, also from going beyond expressing their views, which everyone is free to. So the police has to ensure that they play both sides.
Good morning, Chinedu and Carl. Chico's here from Rumokrushi. I went to my polling unit at St. Andrew's Anglican Church, second gate polling unit at exactly 10:41 a.m. No election, no one there, no sign of election. And I asked the church security guards about the two polling units there, and they said they don't know. That's interesting. Okay. And someone is saying that he needs updates from Degema LGA wards 11, 12, 13, and 14, since he's close to Abonima. Okay.
Well, hopefully we will still have someone touch the likes of Buguma and Degema. So Degema before Buguma. We're still going to have someone touch there. Then we're going to get reports on what's happening there also.
Okay. Samuel from Choba believes that this local government election is going to be the most peaceful. All right. Oh, thank you very much. And this message reads, I just walked past Unit 2, Ward 4. The election is going on peacefully without the presence of any security personnel on my way to Unit 25, which is my polling unit, to cast my vote. I just fulfilled one of my civic duties without molestation and disturbance at Unit 25, Ward 4 in Obiakbo. And he has sent a photo.
Yeah, sent us a photo of his thumb having thumb printed, or rather some sort of evidence that he actually partook in the process and all. So anyways, so that's what we're asking, Where are you? Where is it happening? What's happening in your own area? And of course, some of the messages we are taking to. Now, if you also are within that vicinity, or that happens to be your own polling unit or your own point, you could also perhaps corroborate or basically say, oh, no, that's not the situation. I'm here. And you could also provide pictorial evidence for us. That's what we are at the age of social media. Either you do so via, of course, responding. We've got a live link up on Facebook as we speak, or you could also do so by dropping us a WhatsApp message, which, of course, Sam has been giving out intermittently. You could drop messages for us via WhatsApp so that we see and know what's happening also in your area.
As a last resort, believe me, I don't want us doing this, but just if it has to come down to that, you can send a town crier.
Speaking of which, that's true. Speaking of which, I got a message, some minutes ago. Good morning. Town crier has passed my side, Rumuara, twice, urging people to come out and vote, that the materials have arrived at the polling unit. People are now going out to vote and the environment is peaceful. This message, though, was up to about 30 minutes ago. But say for Rumuwara, the town crier has passed my side twice, urging people to come out and vote, that materials have arrived at the polling unit. It comes from a professional colleague who stays at that end.
Okay. Now I'm invested and interested in this career. I think after the elections and all of that, I'm going to try to get a town crier to join me on radio to talk about
the business of town crier.
Exactly. The requirement. What do you need to be or have to become a town crier?
Anybody can be a town crier.
You said you need local intelligence. You said that because you're going to have to speak to people in their local dialect.
No, whoever it is
so I don't qualify automatically.
You're still a town crier. You're doing it in the language you already understand,
Okay.
So basically, it's not too much skill is needed. These are the people, like they will say, that go on errands for the town. You have already told you, they've spoken in your language. You see, go out and tell the people that so. You go around and start beating your bottle on
Carl,
your bell.
I'm certain that town criers will beg to differ for you to say it, that not too much skill is required for their career.
It's the voice that is needed.
Do you know what it means?
What skill do you need to beat Bang Bang?
Okay, answer this question. Yes or no? Don't explain. Do hype men qualify as town criers?
Yes, they do.
The ones in the club say, hey, one bottle for...
They are town criers also.
Okay, that's interesting. Still taking your thoughts, I beg your pardon, your updates, not thoughts. We don't want your thoughts, we want your experiences. Chibike and will now be on Facebook because we're live on that platform, so you can watch as you listen. Says free and fair election. Didn't tell us from where. He simply said free and fair election. Johnston Jr. sent this message 5 minutes ago. Says Andoni Ward 8 material has not yet arrived. Okay. And Dominic Alex Ibuanugo says it was a mammoth crowd in Unit 25, Ward 4 in Obiakpo, where I voted. Dominic once again says, my observation so far across the 3 units I visited, no voting cubicle was provided, which makes it difficult for voter secrecy, or rather secret balloting. That's not good. That's not good at all. Okay.
I am sort of concerned, or would like to know, now for us as an institution, we do also have our own limitations as regards coverage.
Yeah.
I am kind of like concerned what it looks like for those areas that are a bit far off. Materials did get there on time, if he eventually did get there, and what the process is. We know what happened during the state and the federal elections, where it was difficult for materials to get to some certain places, which also meant that election had to stretch, the time had to stretch, go beyond, while some other places were counted and done with. We were, those places, some of them, the materials had just arrived and the people were even just getting into the process there. So cannot exactly tell what it is like, at this point in time for some of those places, but I'm actually bothered because, like I say, for us, we're limited. We cannot get to everywhere, most especially just for those far off places.
Okay. The election is going on smoothly in Elele, Query local government area. So peaceful. Chinwe Woke from Elele says, he also says the election is going smoothly. Okay. It's the same message repeated. Let's see. I love the fact that there's no noise and the election is going smoothly. Says the absence of regular guys seem to be the reason. Hopefully it will remain so. Outside my area, an army pickup van passed, and shortly afterwards, an NSCDC pickup van with personnel passed. On my street, boys are playing football. All is largely quiet. That's Henry from Rumaholu. Okay.
I'm just hoping that hopefully we get to talk concerning, now from what we hear, fillers reaching us, that protest, coming from that Polo Club axis and all that. Now, seemingly, there is a large encampment now at RESEC office. Okay. So hopefully we'll be getting to hear from one of our people pretty soon to know what's actually the situation. Now, the RESEC office has been, the point or the location of controversy, of course, in the past 2 days or thereabouts now. We know what happened early hours of yesterday morning. The state governor and, of course, the fallout with the police at that particular venue. So we are hearing there's a group, I think those who are not in support of the election taking place, I think they have actually led protests down to RESEC office at Aba Road. So we're also going to be getting more information concerning that from our correspondent soon.
Good morning. Town crier came this morning telling everyone to go and vote in Rumowara. Election is really peaceful here. The two units are doing well, but no security, no police. I only saw two old men with police traffic uniform.
So that's the corroboration of the message I actually got from that professional colleague of ours, Rumowara.
Town crying business does not require any skill. Oh my goodness, don't do this to our able members of society. Town crying skill does not require any skill except that you must be bold and have a loud voice so that when you cry, your voice will be heard. Emmanuel says, that's interesting. Okay, still taking your thoughts. This one says, I really love how Mr. Carl, the point man, speaks. Fluent, knowledgeable. I really admire him. Yeah. Carl has been in this business for over a decade, so if he does not speak well, I will be the first to lead him out of the studio. All right, nice one. But in my polling unit, there's no election going on. From the whole Mile 4, there's no election going on from Rumokuta Junction to Civic Center. And this message says, good morning. Elections are legal. Protests are also legal. Showing maturity is what is needed from the protesters. Day your day, make we day our day. Kelvin Frank says. Okay, keep the thoughts coming in. 080 903 06416. Hello, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Wala. How you doing?
Very well.
All right. What's happening where you are?
Okay, at the moment, the State River State Independent Electoral Commission, the office is again sponsored by the pro-Wiki supporters. We have some National Assembly members from River State in the PDP, the APC chairman, and also the PDP state chairman, that's Aaron Chukwemeka and Tony Okocha, and some chieftains of both the PDP and the APC. They've just led supporters to barricade the River State Independent Electoral Commission, stating that no election is holding and condemning what is going on across the state. They moved earlier from the Port Harcourt Polo Club to the RISEC, and they're also admonishing their supporters to remain peaceful and stay peaceful. But then in their numbers, the stretch of the Nigerian Army headquarters and 6th Division down to the where it is, and then going forward, you see scores of party supporters here. Again, still with respect to what they are saying, that no election is happening. But then we also find that in some units, elections are ongoing as accreditations and voting has also commenced in earnest, and we see people being accredited and then they're voting. That's the situation so far. But then there's relative peace in this part of Obiapo.
Now, Sam, in reference to the protest, now they have marched all the way to RISEC office. Is there anyone addressing them? Is there anyone they are speaking to, or they are just chanting and holding placards?
Yes, like I said, Tony Okocha of the APC has just addressed members of his party, reiterating that there is no election in River State without the APC and the PDP participating. And the Aaron Chukwemeka of the PDP was also of the view that what Governor Kubara is doing, he comes with anti-party activity, and noting that this election is happening in River State and his party is not participating, and then he has his supporters running in different political platforms.
So, Sam, those are the protesters.
It is anti-party. And they also had some leaders of both the PDP and the APC address the gathering. All of that I have captured and will be releasing shortly.
Well, Sam, those are the protesters, and of course, they are against the election taking place. But like you said, they are at RISEC office, and I'm wondering, has anyone from RISEC office attended to them? What's preventing them? So are they just outside the gate? Do we have security presence preventing them from going in? Do we have anybody from RISEC address them or attending to them?
From what I also gather here, they are not wanting the state to address them. They are just here to, according to them, register that there is no election, so they are not interested in the state addressing them. Again, the police tanks and vehicles and the police also in their numbers, they are been stationed here at the research office since the morning, and they've also been here. They were here earlier before the arrival of the PDP supporters. And then some of them are also just here. The press is here, the police is here, but then the pro-UK supporters are not here for the research to address them.
Now, very important question, Sam. Sam, very important question. Now, of course, you acknowledged earlier on when you spoke to us about the heavy police presence at the RISEC entrance. Now, let me ask. I said yes, you acknowledged earlier on when you spoke to us about the heavy security presence at the RISEC entrance. I want to ask, that's the headquarters of, the elections taking place today. Has there been any in and out? Has there been any activity, even on the part of RISEC, from that headquarters, from that their office?
Yeah.
From what I'm seeing so far, the RISEC gate has been closed since. I've not seen anybody come out of RISEC office. I've also not seen anybody enter the RISEC office. Like I said, the police have been here in their numbers and in armor tanks and in different vans, and their numbers too. So I cannot tell if any RISEC official is inside. But then across polling units, you find some of them going about the election and doing the accreditations, distributing. Early in the morning, I saw sensitive and non-sensitive materials being distributed at various polling units, particularly in Umasi and some parts of Abarud. That is what I can confirm so far.
Okay, Sam, you talked about more than one party protesting at the RISEC gate, and you also said that some figures from the party had addressed their supporters. Is there any way to tell the parties apart in the crowd?
No. The PDP and the APC, they were all in one van, using, exchanging the mic to address. Like, they came together under an open van and they were making the address.
Okay.
Those pictures and videos that I have also show them standing next to each other. That is the culture of the APC, the National Assembly members of the PDP, the PDP party chairman in River State, Aaron Chukwemeka, and scores of other party persons across both the APC and the PDP. Earlier, what we had at Port Harcourt Polo Club was more of the PDP persons, and then here in the RISEC office, we're having a joint gathering of scores of PDP and APC members, of course, APC led by Tony Opesa, and registering their displeasure.
Okay. So now that there's a larger crowd, do they have placards? Because I remember asking you earlier, you said they did not. Are there placards now?
No placards here. Rather, we're having an increase in chants and songs and drummers, turning the whole thing into a carnival. Again, they are maintaining relative peace and, of course, admonition supporters to be law-abiding and maintain the peace in the state.
Okay.
But no placards so far.
All right, thank you very much, Sam, for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
So it's turning it into a carnival. It just reminds me of also what happened in front of INEC office for a while, where some people took up camp, basically took up residence, and there were performances, no gate fees. There were performances there for a while. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not giving anybody ideas, but if you sell bottled water, this might be a very good time to go there because people would need water. All right, it's 11:39 a.m. right here in the studio, and I believe that's the same time wherever you're listening from, especially if you're in this country. We're still taking your experiences, your reports. Tell us what's happening at your end as regards the election. The number is 080-903-06416.
So before you get some of those reports, just basically, what we heard from Sam Wala. So you see the protest has actually progressed and is now there in RISEC. So it shows what we've been saying. The dissenting voices are still that strong.
Yeah.
So were they looking for anyone to address them? Because I'm thinking if they are going to RESEC, you are going to RESEC to tell them, oh boy, we don't like what is happening, or maybe what is that's you go somewhere so that you pass a message
and then get a feedback.
Exactly, you pass a message. But similarly, like I said, they're not interested in that. But for the media, for the press gathered, they are making it quite clear that they are not happy with the process that is ongoing. So that's not been with in any doubt. There has been controversy leading up to this particular election, and this is what's showing it. So I'll go back to some of the messages we've received. Remember the person from Monelga who says maybe everybody came to Port Harcourt for protest, because I've been thinking too, you cannot have everybody on one side.
That's right.
Apparently people are divided and on different sides. That's why we've been asking those questions even of our own people, like when we spoke to Soibi initially. Are there dissenting voices, and how are they expressing their displeasure? Because that's the important thing. When Soibi answered for Abonima where he was, he says, yes, there are dissenting voices, but seemingly after the experience they had, from elections past, seemingly there's been some sense to this. Nobody wants anything that may lead to any chaos or violence. So this is something I will say I will commend. Even for those who are protesting right now, that's what we hear. So far, we've not heard there's been any violence and all that. Everyone has a right to basically express themselves. Do so within the confines of the law, though. Do not break any law. Anyone can do that. But no matter what we do, we should always remember, if because I am not happy, father, I am mother, we are quarreling now, and we destroy everything in the house, we have destroyed our own.
Yes,
we eventually will settle. If we do not settle, but we have basically destroyed something that belongs to us there. And it might need to be replaced, which will need more resources. So if we have, in Nigeria, we always complain that resources are not enough. So if we destroy anything, we will need resources that are scarce to still have those things replaced. So we're all free to express our displeasure. We're all free to actually air our views. But let's ensure that it never gets to the level, it never gets down to that point where violence now becomes the answer.
I agree completely. And you can tell the gravity of a matter, Carl, if rivals are willing to shake hands and unite for a cause.
Well, if seemingly we our paths are aligned, or rather, our thoughts are aligned on our interests rather align on a particular matter, definitely we will do so. Where the things now shows that everybody gets your own direction, I'm sure people will now separate too.
Okay, so this one says, good morning. At Iguruta Central Primary School, while voters are turning in to do accreditation before casting their votes, before you know it, gunmen stormed the venue and started shooting to disperse voters. This came in at 11:22 a.m. You didn't give us your name, but you gave us...
Says Iguruta, huh?
Yeah, the location. Okay. And this message from another person says, there's heavy shooting here in Iguruta, Ward 12 in Ikwere local government. At the time of sending this message, at least 3 people, had been shot. Chizaron texting from Iguruta.
Yeah, we'll need, of course, we're also going to try to get independent confirmation for that. But that's indeed, we were hailing that no violence so far reported. If that's any sign of violence, that's not good. Iguruta, I think that falls under Ikwere local government, right?
Yes.
Okay, that definitely will not be a good one for them, just like what we've just said now. We can have, dissenting views, but when we let it get down to, this base process of allowing our business instincts come out, no, that's definitely, it will not do us any good in the long run.
All right. Still on WhatsApp. Free, fair, and peaceful election ongoing at Alode Ward 2, Eleme. All right. And this one says, good morning, Nigeriainfo. Election is ongoing in Ward 7 or Nelga. This message reads, come and see peace like the river of the sea in Ogu. In this election, please give us your names as you send your messages. Name, location, and the situation. Very important. Okay, some people are taking this town crying thing personally. And Carl, someone has
advice.
Someone has a few words for you. Says, tell your colleague that town crying needs some qualifications, although not spelt out.
Like what?
Having the appropriate words to use and when to use idioms is a part of it. My late dad was a high chief, and he told me that our town had 2 town criers, one for merry and the other for war. Now wow. From the beating of the gong or drum, you can tell which of the town criers is at work back then in the village. Engineer Frank from Woji. Thank you, Engineer Frank.
Well, I never knew if that's actually true, that the way the gong or whatever is beaten actually signifies something. I never knew that. But for those who maybe at least if you served, that's the obligatory National Youth Service Corps, if you served, you would... Initially, we did not know that when they blow the bugle...
The bugle,
that it's actually... There was variety. For the untrained ear, towards everything that came out was just the same.
Yeah.
Because I do remember once... What did they call them? I don't know if it's the camp commandant. Actually, he ordered the bugle player to be placed in the guard room.
Oh.
Yeah, he played a wrong thing. I think there was supposed to be lunch, and he played something else.
My goodness.
So, and here was what the man said. He said, "You think I will not know what it is that you are playing, you know?" So, then we didn't know. We just thought every time we heard banana, we were just hearing the bugle.
Commanders are coming down. What? Wow. Okay, well, that much detailed. I mean, that's the kind of order you find in the force, the military. You know, they always try to enforce that. But I imagine what life would be like for the second town crier who only appears when there's bad news. Can you imagine being a person who your appearance, everybody already...
So nobody likes to be the bearer of bad news, but the guy is the bearer of bad news.
No kidding. That's not a good place to be.
Also, just to add to, traditionally, when you hear talking drums, to the untrained ear, he will not know what the drums are actually saying. But you see, the drums have always been beaten to actually pass on a message. So that's why we have always had the talking drums.
Okay. Well, thank you for sharing that. And I'm hoping that you are upholding the legacy of your father. You said he was a town crier, if I got that correctly. In Asaritori local government area, materials arrived on time in all units. Election has long begun with a good turnout. No voter apathy. Furthermore, the explosion of a secretariat this morning, it says, done by a particular party just to divert attention and scuttle the electoral process. Self-inflicted pain has been demystified. Okay, I'll just go down. Remember, I'm asking for your experience, not your thoughts or opinions. And he also has something to say on town crime. I'm just going to move away from that.
Before it becomes a major issue.
No kidding. Charles Cottrell, Salga, Buguma City. Okay. And somebody has a few thoughts about the police, how their non-involvement is affecting the process. But I'm not going to take that. As I said, I'm not taking thoughts, I'm taking experience. My observation in my neighborhood is that today's election have made everyone forget that today is World Teachers' Day. 5th of October. Oh. I used to know that date because there was a teacher of mine that I called. World Teachers' Day. My oh my. Carl?
Now, like I said, everybody, do you know, someone called me, now this was even for personal things, family related, and I just told the person, pardon me, I have been so engrossed and, with the upcoming local government polls that I did not remember anything else.
Yes, indeed.
Well, I'm not actually sure. It's okay, 5th of October.
Yeah.
That will actually bear some careful checking for that also, to be sure. But that's what it is. That's what it is. At this point in time, everything, the chief thing that is happening in Rivers State is actually, of course, the local government polls.
Well, we apologize, but you don't expect broadcasters of Nigeriainfo to not be as invested in the elections. If you're a teacher out there, thank you for all you've done, you're doing, and you will still do. I'm sure everyone has a teacher that they remember from some time in the past that had an impact on, it's not just what they did in the classroom, but how they affected you on a personal level.
Yeah.
Those are the teachers we connected with. So if you're a teacher, we celebrate you. Thank you.
Some of us are actually what we are today because of what we actually gleaned or gained from the teachers.
Yep.
Now, we have professional teachers, but take note, Sam, also, like I say, what's the first point of socialization? Is the home, isn't it?
Yeah, family.
So family is the first point of socialization. You are a teacher in one way or the other.
True.
Do you know when you have 2 kids or you have 3 children, at one point in time in life, this is maybe even when they are 8 or 10 or 11, Do you know all the younger ones, most especially when they are boys, basically worship the first, this most senior child. Whatever he says at that point in time, he's God.
Yeah.
At that point in time. So we are all teachers in one form or one way or the other. So we always should be careful of our actions, our words, because there's someone who is basically watching from, observing what you're doing, who is willing to pick up and continue from what you are doing.
I agree. You teach more by your influence than your lectures.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to be very, very careful. My civil responsibility is now sealed, signed, and performed at Ward 4, Unit 11 of Falga. My civic responsibility would lead to a structural realignment, and he has shown his thumb. Inked. Indeed, this person has voted. Good morning. Before I could get to my polling unit in my area in Azuabie, Okujago in Transamadi, area of Port Harcourt, I was told that the election had finished. Barry Johnson. I got there at exactly 10:45 a.m. Carl and I have spoken about that, and it is indeed unsettling. Elections are going on peacefully in Okrika local government area. What the Nigeria police could not do, Nigeria Civil Defense has done. Don't begin what you cannot end. That's how David came back. Somebody went and hailed him. Saul, one can kill my guy. I beg. Just take it easy. Good morning. Elections are going on peacefully in Okrika. Okay. And this one says there's massive turnout in Ward 7 and it is peaceful. I believe that's on Nelga because your earlier message suggests. Okay. And this one says, good morning. My little advice is that the ad hoc staff should be advised to snap all collated results gotten from various polling units before transporting them to RISIAC office for backup purpose, because those who don't want the election to hold can do anything to disrupt the process. I believe that the ad hoc staff should have training in that regard. To the extent of our experience when covering the electoral process, we kind of know, the kind of orientation that the commission gives to its staff and indeed what it tells the press. So it's
the usual. It's the norm.
Standard, yeah.
Yes, it's norm. Even both for whether be it INEC or whatever, some days or some time is set aside for briefing and training and orientation for those who will be coming in as ad hoc staff and to aid in the election. That is usually done.
Simply Goodness from Alakahia says, at Alakahia, the environment is pretty calm and people are maintaining decorum. That's interesting. Tex, who said he was going to vote earlier, has updated us. Good morning, Mr. Simon Pointman. Didn't I tell you they always arrive late at my polling unit? I arrived at 11:08 a.m. After turning round and round to avoid the flood water. Guess what? When I arrived, we were like 4 people, and in 15 minutes, we were like 30 people. This is 11:39, and the vehicle just dropped the material off at my polling unit before arriving at my polling unit, heading to 004. Yes, Sam, how can we forfeit Teachers' Day celebration for election and I don't vote? Happy Teachers' Day to us all. Yes, Tex, I know you're a teacher. And thank you. Tex has attached videos. This is the vehicle, actually.
Yeah, the video and pictures of the vehicle arriving, dropping off the material. And for Tex, it's not as if maybe anyone intentionally planned to overshadow Teachers' Day, though. But this happened to be the date, apparently, that it fell on.
Yes, indeed. And this is pressing as far as we're concerned because we pay taxes in River State. Election is ongoing in Andoni and Olga. Peaceful. Again, I'm going to ignore your message about the police. No, he's saying something about what the police could not do. The NSCDC. All right, we're 6 minutes away from the top of the hour, and that's as far as our situation report goes. Carl, it's been amazing sharing time and space with you here in the studio.
Yeah, we're going to have the major news come up by 12, and of course we hope to have some details also for events and things coming in for our reporters. But maybe sometime around 1, we're still going to be getting updates concerning what's happening, in the various locations. So you can still stay tuned to Nigeriainfo. We'll have sporting action later on also, ongoing European games, but along the line, we will have those updates concerning what's happening at the elections. Because, Sam, this should be around the point in time when we should expect, indeed, in some places, it's finished.
Yeah.
So maybe collation and counting and all that should have begun.
The second part of the process, we should All right. Thank you very much, Carl. I'm going to take this message because I love how it reads. It says, good morning, Carl. The mode of your analysis is like when you analyze sports. Kudos to you. That's from Gabriel Frank. Thank you very much, Gabriel.
Thank you, Gabriel.
Yes, I heard words like hard tackle, offside while he was speaking, to analyze the process. Coming up at the top of the hour is the major news. Please stay with us.
Good afternoon. It's Saturday, October 5th, 2024. Peace is a path to the prosperity of a nation. Let peace reign. All the news this afternoon. Anti-council poll protesters gather at Risiek office in Port Harcourt as election holds across River State. Police absent as Rivers residents vote in council polls amid political tension. President Tinubu upgrades Speaker Abbas honor from CFR to GCON. And on the foreign scene, Israel, Hezbollah continue fighting in southern Lebanon. Details of this and more after this break. With the news. Now, a group of protesters have gathered at the entrance of the River State Electoral Commission, Risiek, on Aba Road, chanting their disapproval of the ongoing local government elections across the state. APC's Tonio Kocha, Aaron Chukwemeka of the PDP, National Assembly members from River State, pro-Wike state lawmakers, and other chieftains of the PDP and APC stormed the Risiek office on Aba Road, saying no election is happening in River State. Former lawmaker Michael Chinda spoke during the protest.
Today there is no election in River State. It is shown everywhere. There are crises even amongst them where they pretend to Rivers people and to the world that something is happening. They are fighting everywhere. As at this morning, we have heard the insecurity that is going on. But we will continue to talk to the man.
Mr. Okocha also spoke on this. Our correspondent reports that there is still a heavy security presence at the Risiek office on Aba Road. Several police vans are seen stationed in front of the Risiek gate. Earlier, the protesters gathered at the Port Harcourt Polo Club in GRA this morning. One of them, Mpaka Numbere, who said he is the PDP policy secretary in Asaritoro, and another protester spoke to our correspondent.
The real Rivers people are out. You can see the numbers to say no to anarchy, no to oppression, no to things being done anyhow. Because there is no election, that's why we are gathered here. If there is an election, we would have been in our polling unit, but there is no election, so we are gathered here to make a statement that there is no election in Rivers State.
We are gathered here to tell the world that there is no election because we are law-abiding citizens. The court has ruled that there should not be election, the police should not get involved, INEC should not get involved, and that's the ruling. And then that is why we are here telling the world that this group of people are not part of that election.
In Emoha local government area, some people in Ebeda are holding a procession after they cast their votes this morning. Yesterday, the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Wetoku, ordered increased deployment of personnel to beef up security across the state. The IGP, in a statement by the Force Public Relations Officer, Olumuyiwa Adejobi, said although a federal high court order barred the Nigeria Police Force from participating in the Rivers State elections, the police are committed to protection of lives and properties. He said they will work with other security agencies in the state to ensure that there is no breakdown of law and order in the state. His comment was in response to allegations by Governor Siminalayi Fubara that the police have not been fair to all parties in the build-up to today's election. Meanwhile, the APP chairmanship candidate for Obiabo local government area, Chijoke Huo, has condemned the protest against the council's election. The council elections today. He spoke shortly after casting his vote in his ward.
Those who are protesting and all that, I think there is a lot of karma in 2011 and thereabout, 2014 and all that. When the likes of the Kuku Peter side and others were protesting, it was when Wike was the governor of Rivers State. And today, Fubara is the governor, Wike's protest. So that's life. What goes around comes around. There's a lot of karma. But let me tell the Nigerian police, especially the IG of police, that he should be worried about Wike, the way Wike uses the Nigerian police force. He should also ask about those who Wike has used, the likes of Joseph Mbu and all that. I think the IG should learn so that Wike does not tarnish his built and career because of politics.
Mr. Huo also commended the peaceful conduct of the election in his ward. In the meantime, the APP chairmanship candidate for Eche local government area, John Otamere, has charged those protesting the conduct of council elections to stick to the Supreme Court ruling and not interfere in the elections. Speaking after casting his vote, Mr. Otamere said the process was free and fair.
I've just finished casting my vote, and I'm here sitting with my brothers, and many of them too have also casted their votes. The election is free, fair, and credible, and you see people moving around the whole community. We also told them to take absolute care and also resort to what the Supreme Court have said. It's sacrosanct that the National Assembly cannot meddle into the affairs of this Rivers State independent election, because what we are doing about the local government elections is centered within the powers of the state.
On the spot, the presiding officer, Unit 8, Ward 6, Ewi Kingsley Achunwa, said they've not witnessed any disruption since the election process began. Some voters also commended the electoral process.
Everywhere is free and fair. There's no problem. There's no challenge. I voted, and all the members of the polling unit are voting free and fair. There's no challenge. Everywhere is okay for the election.
The election is peaceful. Voters are coming in their mass, and then they are casting their votes. And then we are not doing one party thing. APC is on the race, APP is on the race, YPP, every other political party. And then they are casting based on their choice. So no intimidation. It has been peaceful, and then we hope that it continues this way.
The election we have seen is the most peaceful election we have ever seen, and there is no problem. Everybody is doing it in order, and I just voted my own. I
voted, and the election is going on smoothly.
Also, the APP chairmanship candidate for Falga, Ishemati Ezebuo, also commended Risiek for conducting a peaceful election in the area. He spoke shortly after casting his vote.
This is one of the fairest and peaceful process ever in the history of elections being conducted in our local government or in our state. The materials arrived timely, unlike what we used to have before, when most times material arrives very late. At the end of the day, you find out there's no result sheet. You can see the crowd here. All over Port Harcourt City local government, elections are ongoing. And I want to particularly thank RISEC for such a wonderful experience. INEC should learn from RISEC.
In Ward 3, Unit 4, Elibrada community, APC's Emeka Beke also cast his vote. In Emoha local government area, the APP councillorship candidate for Ward 4, Unit 025, Jackson Omenihu, says the process is smooth and peaceful. He spoke shortly after casting his vote.
We want to commend this state. If actual election can be conducted this way, I think there won't be any hitches, there won't be any problem. So we are very happy with the process. You can see it for yourself everywhere. The community is 104 units, 025 Chike Hall. The process is peaceful, transparent, and organized. Since the police is trying to pull off, there are other sister agencies who are ready to provide security. There are no security breaches. Everywhere it's calm and peaceful. There are men of civil defense who are providing security for the around, so the place is free and peaceful.
That's still in Amoha. In Ward 3, Unit 8, Isiodu community, elections started at about 9 a.m. However, there is voter apathy in some of the polling units in Amoha. In Mweto, Ward 4, Unit 3, Village Hall in Amoha local government area, the election started at about 8:30 a.m. Electorate was seen casting their votes. Correspondent Mekotoka reports that there is no security presence in any of the wards and units visited so far. In Mbitawa, Ward 4, Unit 26, Obarawa Hall in Amoha, elections started at about 9 a.m. In Eche, voting and accreditation took place at Unit 6, Ward 5, Okomoko, Unit 8, Ward 6, Ewi Opiro. In Eche local government area, voting and accreditation took place simultaneously in Ward 6, Ward 5, Okomoko, Unit 4, Ward 5, Okomoko, Omoanyagu, and Unit 8, Ward 6, Egiopiro. In Akokotoro local government area, accreditation and voting is going on simultaneously in most of the wards and units in Abonema. In Obiakpo local government area, voters in Unit 37, Ward 8, Rumomasi community told our correspondent they were patiently awaiting the arrival of electoral materials.
So we are waiting for the material for the election. We are here to vote. We are also here for the election.
As it stands now we wait for materials. We don't interested in the election. We won't cast our vote because now our rights. I know say my polling unit they just they close by. So if material come, the officials we want organize the election there, and I think they can give us signal the football will stop because everybody there get PVs. So we believe on the election. We won't cast our vote, which is our right.
Meanwhile, accreditation is ongoing at Unit 1 and 2 in Community Secondary School, Rumomasi. The returning officer for Ward 8, Franklin Iche Odum, says distribution of sensitive and non-sensitive materials is ongoing in the 57 units.
You can see we've started distributing our material and voters have also started. For now, we've not witnessed any violent. Voters are tripping out. And they started distributing the materials, both sensitive and non-sensitive. You can see now this is Unit 1. The ad hoc staff already started work and voters have already seated, waiting patiently to start their vote. And what we agree is that when you accredit, you just vote than going home again. For now, our ward is very peaceful. We have 57 units. The ones who sort, we distribute.
Some of the voters at the various polling units in Choba and Alakaya say they have yet to receive the materials from RISIAC. Some voters at Alakaya Unit 30, Ward 15, Rumodumaya Hall, Rumo Kocha Unit 2021, Ward 15 in Choba, Ndodo Unit 019, and Unit 060, Obiri Ohielem, Ward 15 in Choba, spoke to our correspondent.
We are just here waiting and we are expecting that materials will come, but right now they haven't come. We try to put calls across. We hear they are on their way and everybody is ready to vote. People are here, I can see the crowd.
We haven't seen any of the INEC official around the environment, so all of us are just hanging out and waiting.
We've stayed 30 minutes. We're still expecting materials. We've called. The materials are coming. They're on their way.
Right now, we are at our polling units. We are now waiting for the district to do the needful.
But we plead on everybody in charge, Governor, His Excellency, Sir Simu Mfubara, please help us out and let this election be fair and fair. Yes, we've not seen any material up to now. I don't want to believe what I heard.
There have also been reports of disruptions in some polling units across the state. Still to come, President Tinubu upgrades Speaker Abbas's honor from CFR to GCON. Stay with us. The Joint National Congress, INC, Kalabari clan has elected new executives to pilot the affairs of the union for the next 3 years. This was contained in a letter signed by the chairman of the Electoral Committee, Boyle Atabila, who commended delegates for their peaceful conduct. In his acceptance speech, the newly elected chairman of the Kalabari clan, Opubo Matthew Gillis, thanked the leadership of the INC National and Zonal Executive Council for directing the affairs of the union leading to a peaceful election. He expressed readiness to raise awareness about INC in all communities to actualize the recognition of unrecognized clans within the Kalabari clan. Other elected officials include Diepiriye Raymond Batubo, Vice Chairman Tamonoemi Smart Jack, Secretary Braid Aboyi Fabia, Assistant Secretary Opubo Prebo Monima Teme, Financial Secretary. Others are Wokoma Tamono Olo Abot, Treasurer, Tamono Saki Moses Balaye, Publicity Secretary, Rose Romeo, Organizing Secretary, Douglas Karibo, Legal Advisor, and Boboba Orubani as Auditor. Now, President Bola Tinubu has upgraded Speaker Tajuddin Abbas's honor from Commander of the Federal Republic, CFR, to the Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger, GCON. It follows protest from members of the House after the honors on 1st October, which they described as marginalization. The upgrade was contained in a statement by the President's Special Advisor, Bayo Onanuga. And now on the international scene, Israel and Hezbollah are reporting more fighting in southern Lebanon as Israel's ground attacks continue. Hezbollah claims it repelled an Israeli offensive overnight, while Israel says it's carrying out targeted raids. That's a wrap on the news this afternoon. Before we go, let's have a look at the major stories. Anti-council poll protesters have gathered at Risiek office in Port Harcourt as election holds across Rivers State. Police are absent as Rivers residents vote in council polls amid political tension. President Tinubu has upgraded the national honor awarded Speaker Tajuddin Abbas from CFR to GCON. And on the foreign scene, Israel and Hezbollah have continued fighting in southern Lebanon. The news was edited by Constance Iruel Emega. To reach the news team, send an SMS or WhatsApp to 0808-721-7215. I'm Ifechukwu Monyele. Many thanks for listening.